Good evening, my tired friends. I'm overjoyed you're here tonight. Go ahead and settle in for a moment and let the day start to loosen its grip. Because tonight, we're stepping far back into the past to imagine what a single day of survival during the Ice Age might have felt like, waking up in a world of cold winds, wide frozen landscapes, and small decisions that meant the difference between comfort and hardship. So if slow, slightly boring history helps your brain power down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. I always enjoy seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now dim the lights, get that pillow comfortable, maybe let a fan or some soft background noise run, and let's learn a little about survival if you can keep those ears open. 20,000 years ago, during the height of the last ice age, vast grasslands stretched across continents where forests and cities would later rise. These were the mammoth steppes, cold and windswept plains where survival meant understanding every plant, every stone, and every shift in the weather. Today, you will spend one full day living as your ancestors did, moving through the rhythms of Ice Age life from dawn until the stars appear. You wake before sunrise in a world wrapped in blue twilight. The air inside the shelter tastes sharp and clean, carrying the faint scent of smoke from last night's fire. Your breath forms small clouds that drift upward toward the curved ceiling of mammoth hide stretched over a framework of bones and branches. The ground beneath you feels firm, layered with dried grasses and the soft pelts you've carefully arranged for warmth. Outside, the wind moves across the steppe with a sound like distant conversation. You lie still for a moment, listening to the particular quality of that wind. It comes from the north today, steady rather than gusting, which means the weather will hold. This matters more than almost anything else in your world. The hide door covering the entrance glows faintly as dawn approaches. You can see the dark shapes of other shelters nearby, round structures that look like small hills against the pale grass. Smoke rises from one of them, a thin grey line that tells you someone else has already revived their fire. The sight brings a small measure of comfort. You are not alone on this vast plain. You push aside your sleeping furs and sit up slowly. Your body knows the cold, expects it, and has learned to move in ways that preserve warmth. The deerskin tunic you wore to sleep is already layered over your caribou hide leggings. Everything you own serves multiple purposes. Nothing is wasted in this place. The fire pit at the centre of the shelter holds only grey ash and a few dark fragments of charred wood. You spent the last of yesterday's fuel keeping warm through the night. This means your first task is already decided for you. The day begins with fire, as most days do. You gather a small bundle of dried grass from the supply you keep near the entrance. The grass crackles softly in your hands, releasing a dusty smell that reminds you of a late summer. You arrange it carefully in the fire pit, building a small nest with a hollow centre. Beside this you place thin twigs of willow, each no thicker than a finger, crossed at angles that allow air to flow beneath them. From a leather pouch hanging on the wall you take 2 stones. One is a piece of flint, grey and glassy, with edges you've shaped yourself. The other is a chunk of iron pyrite, heavy and golden brown. These stones have created fire for you hundreds of times. You know exactly how to hold them, where to strike, and what angle produces the best spark. You position the flint above the grass nest and strike it sharply with the pyrite. The first strike produces nothing. The second sends a small orange spark into the air, bright but too brief to catch. The third strike is different. The spark lands directly in the centre of the grass nest and begins to glow. You lean close, so close your face feels the tiny warmth, and breathe gently onto the ember. The grass catches with a whisper of flame. Yellow light fills the shelter, dancing across the curved walls. You feed the infant fire with more grass, then add the thin willow twigs one at a time. The flames grow taller, stronger, beginning to crackle with real authority. You feel your shoulders relax slightly. Fire means warmth, safety, the ability to cook food and keep predators at a distance. Fire is the difference between surviving and merely enduring. As the fire establishes itself, you add thicker branches, pieces of dry pine and birch you gathered days ago and stored in a pile near the wall. The pine releases a sweet resinous smell as it burns. The birch bark catches quickly, curling and blackening, adding its own sharp scent to the warming air. You arrange the larger pieces carefully, creating spaces for air to flow, ensuring the fire will burn steadily while you prepare for the day ahead. Light now fills the shelter completely. You can see every detail of your small home. The walls are made from mammoth hide, thick and waterproof, sewn together with sinew thread. The framework beneath consists of mammoth ribs and leg bones, collected from carcasses found on the steppe, arranged to create a dome shape that sheds wind and rain. At the highest point, a small opening allows smoke to escape. The floor is packed earth, covered with layers of dried grass and animal hides that provide insulation from the frozen ground below. Along the walls, you've arranged your possessions with care. Baskets woven from willow bark hold dried berries, roots, and strips of preserved meat. Stone tools hang from bone pegs, each one shaped for specific tasks. Leather bags contain materials for making thread, sewing needles carved from bone, and scraps of hide waiting to be worked. A row of clay pots, each formed by hand and fired in coals, holds water, fat, and precious ochre pigment. Everything has its place. Organisation is another form of survival. You stand and move to the entrance, pushing aside the heavy hide door. Cold air rushes in, fresh and bracing, carrying the smells of grass and distance. The sun is rising now, turning the eastern sky from grey to pale gold. The steppe stretches away in every direction, rolling grassland that seems to have no end. In the distance, you can see a small herd of horses moving slowly across the plain, dark shapes against the dawn light. Farther still, barely visible, a group of mammoths feeds on the tough grass, their curved tusks catching the early sun. This is your world. Vast, cold, beautiful in its own harsh way. The Ice Age steppe provides everything you need to live, but it requires constant attention, constant work and respect for the power of nature in its most raw form. Today, like every day, you will gather what the land offers, craft what you need, and maintain the knowledge that keeps you alive. The wind touches your face, cold, but not bitter. The sky holds no threat of storms. It is a good day to work, to move across the land, to collect the materials that make survival possible. You turn back to the shelter, add 2 more branches to the fire and prepare yourself for the tasks ahead. The sun climbs higher as you set out from the shelter, walking east across the steppe with a large basket woven from grass and willow bark. The basket hangs from a leather strap across your shoulder, bumping gently against your hip with each step. In your other hand, you carry a digging stick, a sturdy length of hardwood sharpened to a point and fire-hardened at the tip. This simple tool will help you unearth roots and pry stones from the soil. The grass underfoot is coarse and silvery, adapted to cold and drought. It grows in dense tufts separated by patches of bare earth. As you walk, small birds rise from the grass ahead of you, tiny brown shapes that dart away with sharp, chirping calls. The sound is cheerful, a reminder that life thrives here despite the cold. Your first goal is a grove of willow trees that grows along a small stream about 2,000 paces from your shelter. The willows are precious, providing flexible branches for weaving, inner bark for cordage, and twigs that burn hot and clean. You've visited this grove many times, always taking only what you need, never stripping a single tree completely. The willows grow back quickly if treated with respect. As you walk, you scan the ground for useful stones. The steppe is littered with rocks of all sizes, carried here by ancient glaciers and deposited across the grassland. Most are ordinary granite or basalt, but occasionally you find flint, chert, or the golden brown pyrite that makes fire. Every stone has potential uses. Some can be shaped into cutting tools. Others work well as hammerstones or grinding surfaces. The largest can be arranged to create hearths or support structures. You spot a piece of flint half buried in the soil. It's roughly the size of your palm, grey, with bands of lighter colour running through it. You kneel and work it free with your digging stick, brushing away the dirt to examine it more closely. The flint has good texture, fine-grained and glassy. It will flake cleanly when struck. You place it carefully in your basket. 100 paces farther, you find a fist-sized chunk of quartzite, hard and pink-tinted. This stone is too tough to shape into cutting tools, but it makes an excellent hammerstone for knapping flint. You add it to your collection. The stream appears ahead, a bright line of water cutting through the grass. Willows grow along both banks, their narrow leaves rustling in the breeze. The trees are still small, none taller than twice your height, but their branches are numerous and flexible. You approach the nearest tree and select several young shoots growing from the base. These shoots are about as thick as your thumb and perfectly straight. You take out a flint blade and cut them close to the ground, making clean cuts that won't damage the tree. The willow branches smell green and alive, even in this cold climate. You trim away the small side twigs and add the cleaned branches to your basket. These will be soaked in water to make them even more pliable, then woven into new baskets or used to repair the framework of your shelter. Near the water's edge, you notice a stand of cattails growing in the shallow margin of the stream. The cattails are in seed now, their brown cylindrical heads full of fluffy material that can be used for tinder, stuffed into clothing for insulation, or woven into mats. You wade into the cold water, feeling it seep through your hide boots, and gather several cattail heads. The fluff inside is dry despite the plant's wet location. You wrap the heads in a piece of leather to keep them safe. The stream itself provides another resource. Along its banks you find smooth stones worn round by water. These water-polished rocks are useful for grinding pigments, processing hides, and smoothing wooden tool handles. You select 3 stones of different sizes, each fitting comfortably in your hand, and add them to your growing collection. As you work, a family of ground squirrels watches from the far bank. They sit upright on their haunches, whiskers twitching, clearly curious about your activities. One of them makes a high-pitched chirping sound, possibly a warning to the others. You smile at their caution. These small creatures are also gathering food, storing seeds and roots in underground burrows to survive the winter ahead. In a way, you're doing the same thing, though your methods are more complex. You follow the stream northward, looking for a specific plant you know grows in this area. After searching for perhaps 500 paces, you find what you're seeking. A patch of wild onions grows near a bend in the water, their tubular leaves rising from the soil. You kneel and use your digging stick to carefully extract several bulbs. The onions are small, each no larger than a walnut, but they are pungent and flavourful. They will add taste to tonight's meal and provide nutrients your body needs. The soil here is darker and richer than the dry ground of the open steppe. You dig deeper, searching for other edible roots. Your stick strikes something firm. You work carefully around it and unearth a burdock root, long and pale brown. The root is the length of your forearm and as thick as 2 fingers. Burdock can be roasted in coals or boiled in water. It has a slightly sweet taste and fills the belly. You brush the soil from the root and add it to your basket. The sun is higher now, warm on your face despite the cool air. You estimate the morning is half over. Your basket is beginning to feel heavy, which means you've gathered well. But there is one more thing you want to find before returning to the shelter. You leave the stream and walk toward a rocky outcrop visible in the distance. This outcrop rises from the steppe like a small island of stone, its weathered surface covered with lichen. You know from experience that certain kinds of flint can be found near such rock formations, exposed by erosion and easy to spot against the pale lichen. The walk takes longer than expected. The outcrop is farther than it appeared. This is the way of the steppe, where distances are hard to judge on the flat land. But the walking is pleasant, and you enjoy the rhythm of your footsteps, the whisper of grass, the vast openness of the sky overhead. When you finally reach the outcrop, you begin searching the base of the rocks. Lichen crunches under your feet, releasing a dry, powdery smell. You move slowly, examining every shadow, every crevice. Then you see it. A nodule of black flint, roughly the size of a goose egg, lying against the base of a large boulder. The flint is nearly perfect, with no visible cracks or flaws. This is a prize worth carrying. You pick up the nodule carefully, feeling its weight, admiring its smooth surface. This piece of stone represents future tools. In your hands, with patience and skill, it will become scrapers, blades, points for spears. The transformation from raw stone to functional tool is a kind of magic you understand deeply. With this final find, your basket is full. The weight pulls pleasantly on your shoulder as you turn back toward home. The return journey feels shorter, perhaps because you walk with purpose, carrying the fruits of your morning's work. As you near your shelter, you see smoke rising from several fires. Other people are awake and active now, beginning their own daily tasks. A child runs between the shelters, laughing at some private game. The sound is bright and unexpected in this austere landscape. It reminds you that humans bring more than just survival to this place. They bring joy, creativity, and the determination to thrive even in difficult conditions. You duck through the entrance of your shelter, glad for the warmth inside. The fire has burned down to glowing coals. You add fresh wood, and the flames rise again, welcoming and familiar. You empty your basket carefully, arranging each item in its proper place. The stones go in one corner. The willow branches lean against the wall. The cattail heads rest in a dry basket. The roots and onions are placed near the food storage area. You stand back and survey your morning's work. These materials represent more than objects. They represent possibility, preparation, and the continuation of life on the step. Tomorrow, or the next day, you will transform these raw materials into things you need. But for now, it is enough to have gathered them, to know they are here, ready when you need them. The midday sun fills your shelter with light that angles through the smoke hole and glows orange through the mammoth hide walls. You settle yourself on a flat rock near the fire, arranging your stoneworking tools around you. The large nodule of black flint sits before you like a challenge and a promise. Toolmaking requires patience, focus, and an understanding of how stone breaks. You have spent years learning these skills, beginning as a child who watched the adults work, progressing through countless mistakes and small successes until the knowledge lived in your hands as much as your mind. Today, you will create several tools that your household needs. You begin by examining the flint nodule from every angle, turning it slowly in your hands, feeling its weight and balance. The surface is smooth, covered with a pale, chalky cortex that must be removed to reach the workable stone beneath. You look for the grain of the flint, the subtle ways that indicate how it will fracture when struck. This is not random. Stone has an internal structure, and working with that structure rather than against it is the key to successful knapping. You select your hammerstone, the piece of quartzite you found earlier. It fits your hand perfectly, heavy enough to deliver force but small enough to control precisely. You hold the flint firmly in your left hand, supporting it on your leather-covered thigh. The leather will protect your leg from sharp edges and flying flakes. The first strike is always important. You aim for a spot near the edge of the nodule and bring the hammerstone down with controlled force. The impact makes a sharp crack. A large flake splits away from the nodule, exposing the glossy black interior of the flint. The flake itself is useless, but it has opened up the stone, giving you access to the workable material inside. You continue striking, working your way around the nodule, removing the cortex in large rough flakes. Each strike requires judgment. Too hard and the stone might shatter. Too soft and nothing happens. The right force, applied at the right angle, produces clean, predictable breaks. The rhythm develops naturally. Strike, turn the stone, strike again. Flakes pile up around your feet, sharp and glittering. After perhaps 20 strikes, you've reduced the nodule to a smaller core of pure black flint, roughly oval in shape. This core is your platform for creating usable tools. Now the real work begins. You set aside the heavy hammerstone and pick up a softer striker made from a piece of antler. Antler is gentler than quartzite, allowing for more controlled flaking. You will use this to remove thin, sharp flakes from the core, each one a potential cutting tool. You position the antler striker carefully and strike a blow near the edge of the core. A long curved flake peels away cleanly. The flake is about as long as your hand and sharp along both edges. You examine it closely. The edge is keen enough to slice hide or meat with minimal pressure. This flake will become a scraper for processing animal skins. You continue working the core, removing flakes of various sizes. Some are long and narrow, good for cutting. Others are broader and thicker, suitable for scraping or chopping. Each flake that comes away is examined and set aside for later use or discarded if it has flaws. The pile of potential tools grows steadily. The work is meditative. Your hands move with practiced certainty. Your mind enters a focused state where only the stone exists, its possibilities and limitations, the precise angle of each strike, the subtle feedback that tells you when the fracture is going well or poorly. Outside, the wind continues across the steppe. Inside, there is only the quiet percussion of stone against stone. After removing perhaps 15 usable flakes, you select one for further shaping. This flake is about the length of your palm, narrow and gently curved. It will become a knife blade, but first it needs refinement. The edges are sharp but irregular. You need to create a straight, consistent cutting edge. You switch to an even softer tool, a piece of hardwood carved into a point. This pressure flaker allows you to remove tiny flakes from the edge of the larger flake, shaping it precisely. You hold the blade to be in your left hand, wrapped in leather for protection, and press the wooden point against the edge. With controlled pressure and a slight twisting motion, a tiny flake pops off. The edge is now slightly straighter. You work your way along the edge, removing microscopic flakes, each one improving the line and sharpness. This process is called pressure flaking, and it transforms a rough piece of stone into a finished tool. The work is slow and exacting. Your eyes are drawn close to the stone, watching each tiny fracture. Your fingers feel the edge becoming keener, more refined. After perhaps 30 careful pressure flakes, the blade is ready. You test it by drawing the edge across a scrap of leather. The stone cuts through the hide with almost no resistance, leaving a clean straight line. You've created a knife worthy of the most delicate work. You set the finished blade aside and select another flake from your pile. This one is broader and thicker, good for scraping rather than cutting. You shape it differently, creating a rounded working edge rather than a sharp point. This scraper will be used to clean fat and tissue from animal hides, an essential step in making leather. The scraping edge needs to be durable rather than hair-sharp, so you leave it slightly thicker, less acute. The afternoon passes in this focused work. The pile of finished tools grows: a knife blade, 2 scrapers of different sizes, a pointed awl for piercing holes in leather, and a small graver for carving designs into bone. Each tool is shaped for its specific purpose. Each one represents a problem solved, a need met. As you work, you think about the generations before you who learned this craft, who developed these techniques through experiment and observation, and who passed the knowledge forward. Toolmaking is not instinct. It is learned behaviour, cultural knowledge that must be taught and practiced. The fact that you can sit here and create these precise implements from raw stone is the result of thousands of years of accumulated understanding. This thought brings a sense of connection to those ancient teachers, a feeling that you are part of something larger than yourself. The fire burns low. You add more wood and blow gently on the coals. Flames rise again, casting dancing shadows on the shelter walls. The light catches on the pile of stone flakes scattered around you, making them glitter like scattered stars. You gather the finished tools and arrange them carefully on a piece of hide. Tomorrow, you will haft some of them into wooden handles, binding the stone to wood with sinew and pine pitch. Others will be used as they are, held directly in the hand, but for now, they are complete, ready to serve their purposes. The remaining core of flint is smaller now, but still useful. It will provide material for future tools. You wrap it in leather and place it with your other stone reserves. Nothing is wasted. Even the smallest flakes can be used for cutting tasks or as scrapers for detailed work. You sweep the sharp debris into a pile and carry it outside, disposing of it away from the areas where people walk. Stone flakes are dangerously sharp, capable of cutting through hide boots or slicing skin. Proper disposal is a matter of safety. Back inside, you sit by the fire and clean your hands, brushing away the stone dust and tiny particles. Your fingers are marked with small cuts from the day's work, tiny lines of red against your skin. These are the marks of a craftsperson, badges earned through concentration and skill. They will heal quickly and leave no scars. The shelter feels warm and secure. Outside, the day is moving toward evening, but you have more work ahead before darkness falls. Fire is the heart of survival in this cold land. Without it, nights would be unbearable, food would remain raw and hard to digest, and predators would venture much closer to your dwelling. Maintaining fire is not simply a task. It is a responsibility that runs through every day like a thread through fabric. Your fire has burned steadily since dawn, fed with wood throughout the day. But fire requires more than fuel. It needs attention, understanding, and respect. A neglected fire dies quickly. A poorly managed fire consumes too much wood or produces choking smoke. A well-tended fire burns clean and hot, using fuel efficiently, providing warmth and cooking heat exactly when needed. You kneel beside the fire pit and study the current state of the flames. The wood has burned down to a bed of glowing coals mixed with ash. This is actually ideal for many purposes. Coals provide steady, sustained heat, without the dramatic flames that consume fuel rapidly. You will cook on these coals later, but first, you need to ensure you have enough firewood for the coming night. The wood pile near the wall is diminished. You count perhaps 10 branches remaining, enough for a few hours but not enough to last until morning. Gathering firewood is a constant necessity, one that cannot be postponed or forgotten. You take up a leather carrying sling and head outside. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon. painting the sky in shades of amber and pale rose. The temperature is dropping as evening approaches. You can feel the change in the air, a subtle shift that your body reads automatically. Your destination is a stand of dead trees about 1,000 paces to the south. These trees died years ago, killed by fire or disease, and now they stand as weathered skeletons, their wood dried perfectly for burning. Dead standing wood is far superior to branches gathered from the ground. Groundwood absorbs moisture from the soil and burns poorly, producing more smoke than heat. Standing dead wood is dry all the way through, burning hot and clean. As you walk, you notice how the angle of light transforms the step. The grass that appeared silver at dawn now glows golden. Shadows stretch long and dramatic across the land. The distant mountains, invisible at midday, are now visible as blue silhouettes against the sky. This is the time of day when the harsh landscape reveals unexpected beauty. The dead trees stand in a small grove, 6 tall trunks reduced to bare poles with scattered dead branches. Some of the branches have already fallen, littering the ground around the trees. Others still cling to the trunks, dried and brittle. You select the branches that are elevated off the ground, but loose enough to break free with moderate force. You reach up and grab a branch about as thick as your wrist. It's light, much lighter than living wood, evidence of how thoroughly it has dried. You pull down and the branch breaks free with a satisfying crack. The wood is pale grey, worn smooth by years of weather. You break the branch into manageable lengths by bracing it against your knee and applying pressure. Each piece is about the length of your arm, sized to fit easily into your fire pit. You continue gathering, working methodically through the available deadwood. Some branches are too rotted, crumbling to powder in your hands. You leave these. Others are solid and sound despite their age. These go into your carrying sling. The work is physical but not difficult. Your body is accustomed to such labour. A sound makes you pause. Somewhere in the distance are mammoth trumpets, the call carrying across the empty space. You look toward the sound and see a herd moving slowly westward, dark shapes against the golden grass. The mammoths are enormous even at this distance, their curved tusks visible as graceful arcs. They are travelling to their feeding grounds, following routes they have used for generations. You watch them for a moment, feeling a mixture of awe and familiarity. Mammoths are part of the fabric of this world. They provide ivory for tools, hides for shelter, meat for food. But they are also dangerous, massive creatures that can crush a human without even noticing. Respect and caution are the appropriate responses to such animals. The mammoths move on, disappearing beyond a low rise. You return to your wood gathering. When the carrying sling is full, you shoulder the load and start back toward your shelter. The wood is bulky but not heavy. It rustles and shifts as you walk, settling into the sling. Back at your dwelling, you stack the new firewood carefully near the entrance, arranging it so air can circulate around each piece. Proper storage keeps wood dry and ready to burn. Damp wood produces smoke and wastes effort. You return to the fire pit and consider the current state of the coals. They have begun to fade, the bright orange dulling to red. This is the time to add fresh fuel. You select 3 pieces of the newly gathered wood and place them on the coals in a careful arrangement. The pieces are positioned to allow airflow beneath them, creating channels for oxygen to reach the burning coals. Within moments, thin wisps of smoke rise from the wood. The smoke thickens, turning white and substantial. Then, with a soft whoosh, flames appear. The dried wood catches quickly, burning with clean yellow flames that grow rapidly in size and intensity. Heat radiates outward, warming your face and hands. Fire is more than combustion, it is transformation. Wood becomes heat, light, smoke, and ash. The process is both practical and somehow magical, a taming of one of nature's most powerful forces. Every time you light a fire or coax flames from coals, you are participating in knowledge that humans discovered tens of thousands of years ago. The techniques you use were learned by trial and error by people whose names are lost to time, but whose discoveries made civilization possible. You add 2 more pieces of wood, building the fire to a size that will produce lasting coals. The shelter fills with warmth and the pleasant smell of burning pine. Light dances on the curved walls, creating an atmosphere that feels safe and enclosed despite the vast cold world outside. As the fire stabilizes, you prepare for an important task. Creating fire from nothing, without the benefit of existing coals, is a skill you practice regularly. If your fire ever goes completely out and no one nearby can share their coals, You must be able to create flame using only materials found on the step. You gather the necessary items: a flat piece of wood, dry and sound, which will serve as the fireboard, a straight stick of slightly harder wood, which will be the drill, a curved piece of bone with a smooth depression carved in one end, which will hold the top of the drill, a bow made from a flexible branch with a leather thong stretched between the ends, and a small pile of dried grass and tinder, ready to catch the first ember. The technique is called bow drill firemaking. It uses friction to create heat, and heat to create an ember. The process requires technique, endurance, and favourable conditions. Even with experience, success is not guaranteed. You carve a small notch in the edge of the fireboard, creating a collection point for the hot wood dust that the friction will produce. You place the fireboard on the ground and brace it with your foot. The drill stands upright on the fireboard, its top end fitted into the socket carved in the bone. The bowstring is wrapped once around the drill shaft. You position yourself carefully, one knee on the ground, the other foot bracing the fireboard. You press down gently on the bone socket with your left hand while moving the bow back and forth with your right. The drill begins to spin, rotating first one direction, then the other. Smoke appears almost immediately where the drill point touches the fireboard. This is good. Smoke means friction, and friction means heat. You increase your speed, moving the bow faster, pressing down harder. More smoke rises, thicker now, with a sharp smell of burning wood. Your arm begins to feel the effort. The bow drill method demands sustained physical work. You cannot stop or slow down once the process has begun. The heat must build continuously until it reaches the point where wood dust becomes ember. Sweat forms on your forehead despite the cool air. Your arm aches, but the smoke is pouring from the friction point now, dense and consistent. You can feel the heat building, just a little longer. You make one final strong effort, moving the bow as fast as possible, pressing down hard. Then you stop, carefully lifting away the drill. In the notch of the fireboard, you see a tiny pile of dark brown wood dust, smoking vigorously. And at the centre of that dust, a pinpoint of orange, an ember. You carefully tip the ember onto a piece of bark and transfer it to the waiting nest of dried grass. You bring the nest close to your face and blow gently. The ember glows brighter. The grass begins to smoke. You blow again, more strongly. Suddenly the grass bursts into flame. You have created fire from nothing but wood, friction, and knowledge. The triumph is quiet but real. Even though you have a perfectly good fire burning in the pit, even though you used flint and pyrite to start it this morning, the ability to create flame with the bow drill is essential knowledge. It is a backup system, a guarantee that you will never be helpless as long as you have access to wood and grass. You let the grass fire burn out naturally, watching the flames consume the fuel in seconds. The demonstration is complete. Your skill is confirmed. Tomorrow or a year from now, if you need this technique, your hands will remember. The main fire burns steadily, filling the shelter with warmth. Evening is settling over the steppe outside. Soon it will be time to prepare food. But the fire is ready, burning clean and hot, exactly as it should. Your shelter has protected you through many seasons, but like all things made by human hands, it requires constant maintenance. The mammoth hide walls are durable, but wind and weather take their toll. The framework of bones and branches can shift or loosen. Small gaps can appear where cold air seeps through. A shelter neglected becomes a shelter failed. Before the day ends, you make a circuit around the outside of your dwelling, examining every section carefully. The hide walls are held in place by a combination of bone stakes driven into the ground and leather thongs tied to the framework beneath. You test each stake, pushing against it to ensure it remains firm. Most are solid, but two have worked slightly loose. You drive them deeper into the earth using a heavy stone as a hammer. One section of hide near the entrance shows signs of wear. The material has developed a small tear where it rubs against a bone support. You examine the damage closely. The tear is not large, perhaps the length of your finger, but it will grow if not repaired. Water could seep through. Cold air could penetrate. You return inside and retrieve your sewing kit. The kit consists of several bone needles of different sizes, each one carefully carved and polished, with an eye drilled through one end. You also take a length of sinew thread, pulled from the dried tendons of a deer you processed weeks ago. The sinew is strong and flexible, perfect for sewing heavy hide. Back outside, you thread the needle with sinew. The light is fading now, but enough remains to work by. You begin stitching the tear closed. using a technique passed down through generations. The stitches are small and tight, pulled firmly but not so tight that they cut through the hide. Each stitch overlaps the previous one slightly, creating a waterproof seam. The work is precise and satisfying. Your fingers know the motion without thinking. Push the needle through the thick hide, pull it out the other side, loop the thread, repeat. The rhythm is meditative, similar to the rhythm of napping stone. Both activities require focus, patience, and respect for materials. As you work, you think about the mammoth whose hide forms your walls. The animal died years before you were born, killed by hunters from a neighbouring group. The hide was traded for tools and dried meat. It has served as shelter ever since, protecting multiple families from rain, snow, and wind. The mammoth's body transformed into houses, tools, fuel, and food. Nothing of that great animal was wasted. This is the way of the steppe. Everything serves a purpose. The repair complete, you tie off the sinew thread and trim it close to the hide. The tear is now invisible unless you know where to look. The wall is whole again, ready for whatever weather comes next. You circle the shelter once more, this time from the inside. The framework overhead is a lattice of mammoth bones interwoven with willow branches, all lashed together with sinew and strips of hide. You check each connection point, tugging gently to test the bindings. Most are solid, but one shows signs of fraying. The sinew has begun to split, weakened by exposure to smoke and moisture. You untie the damaged binding and replace it with fresh sinew from your supplies. The new binding is wound tightly, crossing and recrossing to create maximum strength. You tie it off with a knot that will not slip or loosen. The framework is secure again. The floor of the shelter also needs attention. The layer of dried grass that provides insulation from the frozen ground has compressed over time, losing its effectiveness. You gather fresh grass from a pile you've kept dry near the entrance and spread it evenly across the floor, especially in the sleeping area. The new grass is springy and resilient, creating a softer, warmer surface. You arrange your sleeping furs over the fresh grass, testing the comfort. Much better. The smoke hole at the peak of the shelter requires regular adjustment depending on wind direction and fire intensity. Today the wind comes from the north, so you shift the position of the hide flap that partially covers the opening, angling it to allow smoke to escape while preventing rain or snow from entering. Getting this balance right is an art learned through experience. A good shelter is more than just walls and a roof. It is a system of interconnected elements, each one affecting the others. The fire produces smoke that must escape through the smoke hole. The smoke hole must be positioned to prevent rain entry. The hide walls must be tight enough to keep out wind but must allow some air circulation to prevent the build-up of moisture. The framework must be strong enough to support the weight of the hides and resist wind pressure. Every element must work in harmony. You step back and survey your dwelling with critical eyes. The walls are sound, the framework is secure, the floor is fresh. The smoke hole is properly adjusted. The entrance hide hangs smoothly, creating a good seal when closed. The shelter is ready for the night ahead, and for many nights to come. Shelter building is knowledge that must be learned and practiced. The skills involved are numerous and complex. Choosing the right location, one with good drainage and protection from prevailing winds, gathering and preparing materials, designing a structure that will shed rain and resist wind, constructing a framework strong enough to support the weight of heavy hides, sewing the hides together into panels large enough to cover the frame, maintaining everything over time. No one learns all this overnight. The knowledge is passed down from experienced builders to novices, taught through demonstration and corrected through patient feedback. You learned these skills as a child, watching adults work, helping with simple tasks, gradually taking on more responsibility as your abilities grew. Now you maintain your own shelter with confidence, knowing that you can repair almost any problem that arises. As darkness falls completely, you return inside and seal the entrance hide behind you. The fire burns brightly, casting warm light throughout the space. Your shelter feels solid and secure, a small island of warmth and safety in the vast cold night outside. The wind can blow, the temperature can drop. Inside you're protected by knowledge, materials and the work of your own hands. Evening is the time for cooking, when the day's work is done and the fire burns steady and hot. Tonight's meal will be simple but nourishing, made from the materials you've gathered and the food you've preserved from earlier hunts and harvests. You begin by selecting a cut of dried meat from your stores. The meat is from a reindeer killed a week ago, cut into thin strips and hung near the fire to dry. Drying preserves meat by removing the moisture that bacteria need to grow. The strips are now hard and dark, reduced to about a third of their original weight. They will keep for months without spoiling. You take 3 strips and place them on a flat stone near the fire. Using your newly sharpened flint knife, you cut the dried meat into smaller pieces, each about the size of your thumb. The meat is tough, requiring pressure to cut through. This toughness is a sign of proper drying. Next, you retrieve the wild onions and burdock root you gathered this morning. The onions need only their outer layers removed before use. You peel them carefully, revealing the white bulbs inside. They smell strong and sharp, a scent that makes your mouth water. The burdock root requires more preparation. You scrape away the outer skin with a scraper, exposing the pale flesh beneath, then cut the root into thin rounds. You have a clay cooking pot, one you made yourself from river clay several seasons ago. The pot is round and simple, with thick walls and a wide mouth. It has no handles, but it sits stable when placed directly on hot coals. You pour water into the pot from a water skin. The water comes from the stream where you gathered willows, cold and clean. Cooking in water is one of humanity's great innovations. Before pots and fire, food could only be eaten raw or roasted directly over flames. Water cooking allows for gentler heat, better flavour, and the ability to combine many ingredients into a single dish. The invention of pottery changed everything. You place the pot carefully on the bed of coals at the edge of the fire pit. The clay immediately begins to warm. You add the pieces of dried meat to the water. As the water heats, the meat will rehydrate and soften, releasing its flavour into the liquid. Steam begins to rise from the pot's surface. While the meat cooks, you prepare other additions. You take a handful of dried berries from a basket, small purple fruits gathered last summer and sun-dried on flat rocks. These berries add sweetness and nutrition to the stew. You also grind a small amount of wild garlic using a grinding stone, creating a paste that will add flavour and help with digestion. The water in the pot is heating rapidly now, beginning to simmer. Small bubbles rise to the surface and burst. You add the onions, burdock berries and garlic paste. The ingredients settle into the bubbling water. The smell that rises with the steam is rich and complex, a combination of meat, onion and wild herbs. Cooking is partly science and partly intuition. You know from experience how long different ingredients need to become tender. Onions cook quickly. Burdock takes longer. Dried meat needs time to fully rehydrate. You judge by smell, by the appearance of the bubbling water, and by tasting small amounts as the cooking progresses. You add a pinch of salt, a precious substance traded from people who live near the distant sea. Salt enhances flavour and helps preserve food. You use it sparingly, making your limited supply last as long as possible. The stew bubbles gently, the liquid reducing slowly, concentrating the flavours. You stir occasionally with a wooden spoon carved from birch. Stirring prevents ingredients from sticking to the bottom of the pot and burning. While the meal cooks, you prepare flatbread using a technique you learned from a traveller who passed through several years ago. You take a small amount of ground seed flour, made from grass seeds you collected and ground between stones. You mix the flour with water to form a thick dough, adding just enough liquid to make it workable. The dough is dense and sticky, heavy in your hands. You shape the dough into a flat round, about as wide as your hand and as thick as your finger. You place this directly on a hot stone positioned near the fire. The stone has been heating for the past hour and is now hot enough to cook on. The flatbread sizzles when it touches the stone, releasing a toasted grain smell. The bread cooks quickly on one side, developing brown spots and a firm texture. You flip it with your fingers, working quickly to avoid burning yourself. The other side cooks just as fast. The finished bread is crispy on the outside and chewy inside, perfect for soaking up stew. The stew has been cooking for perhaps half an hour. The meat has softened and expanded, absorbing water and becoming tender again. The burdock is cooked through, slightly translucent. The onions have nearly dissolved, their flavour permeating the liquid. You taste a spoonful. The flavour is deep and satisfying, savoury with a hint of sweetness from the berries. You remove the pot from the coals using a scrap of leather to protect your hands from the heat. The clay is nearly hot enough to burn through the leather. You place the pot on a flat stone and let it cool slightly. This meal represents the convergence of many skills and much knowledge. Hunting to obtain meat, preserving the meat through drying, gathering wild plants and knowing which are edible, making pottery from clay, creating and maintaining fire, understanding cooking times and flavour combinations. Each element is essential. Remove any one and the meal becomes impossible, or at least much less satisfying. You scoop stew into a wooden bowl, another item you carved yourself during a long winter. The bowl is smooth from use, worn to fit comfortably in your hand. You tear pieces from the flatbread and use them to soak up the rich liquid. The first bite is almost too hot, but you are patient. You eat slowly, savouring each mouthful. The food is fuel for your body, providing the energy and nutrients you need to continue surviving on the steppe. But it is also more than that. It is comfort, pleasure, and a reminder that life can be good even in harsh conditions. The flavours connect you to the land, to the plants and animals that sustain you, and to the accumulated knowledge that transforms raw ingredients into nourishment. As you eat, the fire crackles softly. Outside, night has fallen completely. The stars are emerging, thousands upon thousands of them scattered across the black sky. The temperature continues to drop, but inside your shelter, with food in your belly and warmth from the fire, you are content. This is what survival looks like when done well, not merely enduring, but living with competence, creativity, and gratitude. After the meal, as the fire burns low and comfortable, you prepare for one final task of the day. This task has no immediate practical value. It produces no food, creates no tools, and improves no shelter. Yet, it may be the most important work you do. You are going to practice passing on knowledge. In a world without writing, knowledge lives only in minds and hands. Everything you know about survival, every technique for making tools, lighting fires, finding food, and building shelter, exists because someone taught you. And that person was taught by someone else, reaching back through countless generations. The chain of knowledge is unbroken only as long as each generation successfully teaches the next. Tonight, you will practice teaching even though no student is present. You do this regularly, speaking the knowledge aloud, reinforcing your own understanding, and preparing for the day when you will have young people to instruct. Speaking knowledge aloud helps you organize it, identify gaps, and find clearer ways to explain complex ideas. You settle by the fire and begin to speak, your voice quiet but steady in the enclosed space. You describe the process of making fire with flint and pyrite. Your hands move as you talk, demonstrating the grip, the angle of strike, the importance of having dry tinder ready. You explain how to recognize good flint by its glassy texture and conchoidal fracture. You describe the feeling of a successful strike, that particular sharp crack that means the spark will come. You move on to tool making. You explain how to read the grain of stone, how to predict where a flake will separate, how much force to apply for different materials. You demonstrate the difference between hard hammer percussion and soft hammer percussion. You describe the patience required for pressure flaking, the importance of taking time to examine the stone from every angle before striking. The words flow easily. You have thought about these processes so many times, performed them so often, that explanation feels natural. But you also notice places where your explanation stumbles, concepts that are difficult to put into words. These are the things that must be taught through demonstration, through the student attempting the task themselves under supervision, through repeated practice until the hands learn what the mind struggles to express. You talk about shelter construction. You explain how to select a building site with good drainage and protection from wind. You describe the process of creating a framework strong enough to support heavy hides. You detail the technique for sewing hides together with waterproof seams. You explain how to maintain proper ventilation while keeping out cold air. Some of this knowledge is seasonal. Building a shelter in spring requires different considerations than building in autumn. You explain these differences, describing how summer shelters can be lighter and more open, while winter structures must be heavily insulated and windproof. You discuss food gathering and preparation. You name the edible plants of the steppe, and describe where to find them at different times of year. You explain which parts of each plant are edible, and which must be avoided. You describe cooking techniques and food preservation methods. You talk about the importance of varying the diet, of eating different foods to obtain all the nutrients the body needs. The knowledge seems endless when you begin to list it all. Plant identification, animal tracking, weather prediction, tool making, fire building, shelter construction, food preparation, hide processing, cordage making, basket weaving, and countless other skills. Each skill has depth, nuance, and subtlety. Each requires practice to master. You pause and add more wood to the fire. The flames rise again, bright and warm. You think about the different ways knowledge can be taught. Some things are best learned through story, memorable narratives that embed practical information in an entertaining framework. Other things require direct demonstration and hands-on practice. Still other knowledge is passed through gentle correction, observing a student's work and offering suggestions for improvement. The most important thing, you realise, is patience. Learning takes time. Students make mistakes, forget steps, become frustrated. A good teacher expects this, accommodates it, and finds ways to make the learning process engaging rather than tedious. You speak about the values that underpin survival skills. Respect for materials, recognizing that everything on the step is finite and must be used wisely. Attention to detail, understanding that small errors in toolmaking or shelter construction can lead to failure. Persistence, the willingness to attempt difficult tasks repeatedly until skill develops. Observation, the habit of watching nature carefully, learning from the world itself. These values are as important as specific techniques. A person can know every step of fire making but still fail if they lack patience. A person can understand shelter design but create a weak structure if they work carelessly. Skills and values must be taught together, woven into the same lessons. You also think about the knowledge that cannot be taught directly, the wisdom that comes only from experience. How to judge weather by the quality of light and the behaviour of animals, how to estimate distances on the open steppe, how to pace yourself physically to work all day without exhaustion. These things develop through years of living on the land. They can be pointed out, but they cannot be transferred directly. The fire has burned down to coals again. You let it settle naturally, knowing you will build it up once more before sleep. The shelter is warm and comfortable. Outside, the night is quiet except for the whisper of wind through grass. You have spent perhaps an hour speaking knowledge aloud, organising your thoughts, preparing yourself to be a teacher. The exercise has been valuable. You feel more confident about your ability to pass on what you know. When the time comes to teach actual students, you will be ready. But there is one more aspect of knowledge transfer to consider. Not all knowledge is practical. Some knowledge exists for its own sake. Stories about the stars, explanations for natural phenomena, traditions and customs that bind people together. This cultural knowledge is just as important as survival skills. It gives meaning to existence, connects individuals to their community and history. You look up at the smoke hole, visible as a small circle of darkness against the darker shelter ceiling. Through that opening, you can see a few bright stars. You know stories about those stars, tales passed down from grandparents and great-grandparents. Stories about hunters who became constellations, about animals that live in the sky, about the path souls take after death. These stories are not practical, but they matter. They comfort, inspire, and create shared understanding among people. They are part of what makes humans human, this need to explain, to narrate, to find ways and meaning in the chaos of existence. You resolve to remember the stories as carefully as you remember the technical skills. Both kinds of knowledge must be preserved and transmitted. Both shape the character of the people who live on the steppe. The day is ending. You have worked hard, accomplished much, and prepared yourself for the future. You are tired in a good way, the kind of tiredness that comes from purposeful activity. Tomorrow will bring new tasks, new challenges, but tonight you rest with the satisfaction of a day well spent. The final task before sleep is to prepare the fire for the night. A fire that burns too hot will consume all your fuel before morning. A fire that dies completely will leave you shivering in the cold. The goal is to create a bed of coals that will provide warmth throughout the night without requiring constant attention. You select several large pieces of hardwood from your fuel supply. Hardwood burns slowly and produces long-lasting coals. You arrange these pieces carefully in the fire pit, positioning them close together to conserve heat. The wood catches from the existing coals, flames rising briefly before settling into steady combustion. Once the new wood is burning well, you partially cover the fire pit with a flat stone, reducing the airflow. This slows the combustion rate dramatically. The fire will burn for hours now, providing warmth without wasting fuel. You arrange your sleeping furs in the warmest part of the shelter, closest to the fire but not so close that a stray spark could cause problems. The furs are heavy and soft, layered to create insulation both beneath and above your body. You've learned through many cold nights exactly how to arrange them for maximum warmth. Before lying down, you make one final check of the shelter. The entrance hide is secure, the smoke hole is properly adjusted, your tools and food supplies are organised and safe. Everything is in order. You settle into your sleeping furs and feel your body relax. The physical work of the day has left you pleasantly tired. Your muscles are warm and loose from activity. The fire's heat radiates across your skin. You pull the top layer of furs up to your chin and allow yourself to simply be still. Thoughts drift through your mind like clouds across the sky. You review the day's accomplishments, materials gathered, tools created, fire maintained, shelter repaired, food prepared, knowledge practiced, each task completed successfully, each one contributing to your continued survival. But beyond mere survival, you recognize something else. Pride in your skills, satisfaction in your self-sufficiency, connection to the land and the generations that came before you. You're living in one of Earth's harshest environments, yet you are not merely enduring. You're competent, creative, and capable of finding beauty in this austere landscape. The Ice Age steppe is a hard place to live. It offers no margin for error, no forgiveness for carelessness. Yet it is also a place of stark beauty, of vast skies and endless grasslands, of resilience and adaptation. The same glaciers that make this climate so challenging have also created these grasslands, provided the stones you use for tools, and supported the herds of animals that sustain you. You think about the mammoth whose bones form your shelter framework, the willow trees that provided materials for baskets and fire, the reindeer whose meat you ate tonight, the stream that offers water and attracts game, the flint that becomes tools in your skilled hands. Everything is connected. Everything is part of a larger web of relationships between humans, animals, plants, and the land itself. This understanding brings a sense of belonging. You're not separate from nature. You're part of it. Another species making its way through the world using the abilities evolution has given you. Your intelligence, your hands, your capacity for learning and innovation are your equivalents of the mammoth's size, the reindeer's speed, or the wolf's teeth. These are your adaptations for survival. The fire crackles softly, a comforting sound that has accompanied humans for hundreds of thousands of years. How many of your ancestors fell asleep to this same sound, in shelters not so different from yours, living lives governed by the same rhythms of gathering, making, maintaining, and resting? The continuity is profound. You're doing what humans have done since before recorded time, surviving through knowledge, skill, and community. Tomorrow will come with its own demands. There will be new tasks to complete, new challenges to face. Perhaps you will hunt, tracking game across the steppe. Perhaps you will process hides, scraping and softening them into leather. Perhaps you will repair tools, weave baskets, or gather more food. Whatever needs doing, you will do it because this is your life, the life your ancestors prepared you for through their teaching and their example. But tomorrow is not here yet. Tonight is for rest, for allowing your body to repair itself after a day of labour, for letting your mind drift peacefully towards sleep. You feel your breathing slow and deepen. Your eyes grow heavy. The warmth of the fire and the comfort of the furs create a cocoon of safety and peace. Outside, the stars wheel slowly across the sky. The wind continues its endless conversation with the grass. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howls, the sound carrying across the empty land. It is a lonely sound, but also strangely beautiful. Another voice in the wilderness, another life finding its way through the night. Your thoughts grow less distinct, blending into images and fragments. Stone flakes glittering in firelight, the smell of cooking stew, the weight of the carrying sling full of firewood, the satisfaction of a shelter well maintained. These impressions swirl and fade as consciousness releases its grip. Sleep comes gently, naturally, as it should after a day of purposeful work. Your breathing falls into the deep, regular rhythm of rest. The fire burns on, its coals glowing softly in the darkness. The shelter holds its warmth. The night continues outside, vast and cold and filled with its own life. You sleep deeply, dreamlessly, your body and mind recovering their strength. Tomorrow you will wake with the dawn, add wood to the fire and begin the cycle again. Gathering, making, maintaining, teaching, resting. These are the rhythms of survival, the ways that have sustained humans through the harshest ages. For now, you rest. Safe, warm and competent. A small point of human warmth and intelligence in the great cold night of the Ice Age steppe. Tomorrow will bring new tasks, but tonight you have done well. You have lived skillfully, gathering what you need, creating what you must, maintaining what you have, and preparing to pass it all forward. This is enough. This is everything. The fire glows, the shelter stands, you sleep, and the long night passes peacefully. One more day of survival complete, one more night of rest earned, one more morning waiting to arrive with its familiar challenges and rewards. Alrighty, let's drift back to 1720, my favourite time period, somewhere in the hills of Massachusetts. You wake up one December morning, and your breath creates little puffs of fog inside your own bedroom. The water in your wash basin has a thin skin of ice that crackles when you touch it. Outside, snow has been falling for 3 days straight, and the wind sounds like it's having a heated argument with your house. Your modern self might panic, but colonial you've got this figured out in ways that would surprise even yourself. The secret wasn't just one brilliant invention or technique. It was a whole symphony of small, clever adaptations that colonial families orchestrated together. Think of it like a recipe where every ingredient mattered, from the way they built their homes to the undergarments they wore, from the foods they ate to the very way they arranged their daily lives around the rhythm of staying warm. Your colonial house wasn't trying to win any beauty contests. It was built like a fortress against winter, with every beam and board placed with survival in mind. The first thing you'd notice about colonial architecture is how these homes seem to huddle into themselves, like people pulling their coats tight against the cold. Those thick wooden walls weren't just for show. Colonial builders understood something that gets lost in our age of perfect insulation: thermal mass. Your walls were often filled with a mixture of clay, straw, and sometimes even seaweed. Yes, seaweed, that created a natural barrier against the cold. The walls breathed just enough to prevent moisture build-up, but held heat like a grandmother holds onto family recipes. The windows were small, and you might think that made the houses dark and gloomy, but colonial families knew that large windows were just expensive ways to let heat escape. Those tiny panes of glass, often no bigger than your hand, were practical gems. They let in enough light during the short winter days while keeping the warmth where it belonged, inside with you. But here's where colonial ingenuity really shines. The way they positioned their rooms. Your kitchen, the heart of winter warmth, sat at the centre of the house like a beating heart pumping heat through the arteries of hallways and doorways. The bedrooms clustered around this central warmth, and the coldest rooms, like storage areas or workshops, got pushed to the edges, where they acted as buffer zones against the winter winds. Those famously low ceilings that make tall modern visitors bump their heads? Pure genius. Heat rises, and colonial builders knew that an 8-foot ceiling meant your heat stayed where you could feel it, not floating uselessly above your head like hot air balloons of warmth drifting away. The colonial fireplace was the crown jewel of home heating, but not in the way you might expect. These weren't the decorative fireplaces of later eras. They were massive, practical beasts that could swallow whole logs and radiate heat like miniature suns. Your fireplace opening might be 4 feet wide and 3 feet tall, big enough to roast an entire pig if the mood struck you. The thick stone or brick construction absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly through the night, turning your fireplace into a thermal battery that kept giving long after the flames died down. Some colonial homes featured what were called beehive ovens, dome-shaped chambers built into the side of the main fireplace. You'd heat these by building a fire right inside the dome, then rake out the coals and slide in your bread, your stew, or whatever needed slow, even cooking. The thick walls of these ovens held heat for hours, turning them into auxiliary heaters that warmed the kitchen long after dinner was done. Your relationship with fire in colonial times was intimate in a way that modern people can barely imagine. Fire wasn't just something you turned on with a switch. It was a living thing that you fed, tended, and coaxed through the long winter months. Letting your fire die was like letting a beloved pet starve, except the consequences were much more dire. The art of fire maintenance began before winter even arrived. In late summer and early fall, you and your family would spend weeks gathering, cutting, and splitting firewood. A typical colonial family needed somewhere between 15 and 25 cords of wood to make it through winter. That's enough wood to fill a modern 2-car garage, floor to ceiling twice over. Every tree that came down was evaluated like a job candidate. hardwoods like oak and maple for long steady burns, softwoods like pine for quick heat and kindling, and different woods for different purposes. Hickory burned hot and long, perfect for those bitter January nights when the cold seemed to seep through solid walls. Applewood gave off a sweet scent that made the whole house smell like a bakery. Birch bark peeled off in perfect strips that caught fire faster than modern paper, making it precious as kindling. You learned to read wood like a book, the grain, the moisture content, and the way it's split, all telling you how it would burn and when to use it. But here's something that might surprise you. Colonial families rarely let their fires burn out completely, even in summer. Instead, they banked their fires, covering the coals with ash to slow the burning to almost nothing, preserving a seed of fire that could be coaxed back to life when needed. Banking a fire was an art form. Too much ash and you'd smother it, too little and you'd waste precious fuel. Get it right, and your fire would sleep peacefully under its blanket of ash, ready to wake up with just a gentle stirring and some fresh kindling. The fireplace tools weren't just functional, they were the surgical instruments of winter survival. Long-handled shovels for moving coals, bellows for breathing life into dying embers, and iron dogs, those metal stands that held logs, that were positioned just so to create the perfect airflow. Your poker wasn't just for stirring, it was for creating the architecture of your fire, building little log cabins and teepees that would burn efficiently and safely. Colonial families developed an almost mystical understanding of fire behaviour. They knew that a fire needed to breathe, that flames liked to dance upward and outward, and that different arrangements of logs created different types of heat. A tight stack burned slow and steady. A loose arrangement burned hot and fast. Green wood hissed and sputtered and filled the house with smoke, while seasoned wood caught quickly and burned clean. The most skilled fire tenders could keep a fire burning for days with minimal attention, banking it at night and coaxing it back to life each morning like conducting a daily resurrection. They understood the personality of their particular fireplace, knew how their chimney drew air, and could read the colour and behaviour of flames like weather forecasters read clouds. When you think about colonial winter clothing, forget everything you've seen in movies about people shivering in thin cotton shirts. Colonial clothing was engineering in fabric form, a layered defence system that would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with envy. You weren't just getting dressed in the morning, you were constructing a personal environment that would keep you alive and comfortable in temperatures that would send modern people running for their cars. The foundation of your winter wardrobe was linen undergarments, and before you wrinkle your nose at the thought of scratchy old fabric, understand that colonial linen was often softer than modern cotton. These base layers weren't just underwear, they were your first line of defence against moisture and cold. Linen has this remarkable property of wicking moisture away from your skin while still providing insulation, and it got softer and more comfortable with every washing. Over your linen foundation, you'd add layers like building a textile fortress. Wool was your best friend, but not the itchy, harsh wool you might imagine. Colonial wool, especially when it was well processed, could be incredibly soft and warm. Your wool stockings came up to your knees and were often knitted with patterns that weren't just decorative. Different stitch patterns created different levels of thickness and insulation where you needed them most. Women wore multiple petticoats, sometimes 3 or 4 layers deep, creating a sort of textile balloon that trapped warm air around their legs. These weren't the dainty petticoats of later eras. They were serious winter gear, often made from wool or heavy linen, designed to create insulating air pockets while still allowing for movement. The outermost petticoat might be made from a tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind. Your stays, what we might call a corset, weren't just about fashion. They provided crucial support for your back during heavy work and created another layer of insulation around your torso. Made from sturdy linen or leather and often lined with wool, stays were like wearing a warm, supportive hug all day long. Men's clothing followed similar principles but with different execution. Your shirt was long, extending down to mid-thigh, providing extra coverage and warmth. Over this came your waistcoat, essentially a sleeveless jacket that provided another insulating layer around your core. Your breeches were often made from leather or heavy wool, and they fit snugly to prevent heat loss, while allowing for the physical work that winter demanded. But the real genius of colonial winter clothing was in the extremities. Your hands and feet were far from your heart's warming influence, and colonial clothing makers knew that keeping these warm was crucial for overall comfort. Mittens were preferred over gloves, because keeping your fingers together shared warmth more efficiently. These weren't the thin mittens you see today. They were often made from thick wool or even fur, sometimes with leather palms for durability. Colonial stockings were architectural marvels in their own right. Hand-knitted from wool, they were designed with reinforced heels and toes, and the best ones were knitted in patterns that created thicker insulation over the areas that needed it most. The tops of the stockings were often knitted with patterns that helped them grip your leg, preventing the cold drafts that would sneak in if your stocking slipped down. Your outer garments were where colonial clothing really showed off. Cloaks and greatcoats weren't just large, they were designed to create a personal microclimate around your entire body. A properly made cloak could wrap around you completely, creating a tent-like space that held your body heat. Some cloaks had hoods lined with fur or soft wool that could seal around your head, and the best ones were made from tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind while still allowing your body to breathe. The materials themselves were chosen with scientific precision. Wool from different animals had different properties: sheep's wool for general use, rabbit fur for extreme warmth, and beaver fur for water resistance. Colonial families knew that a rabbit fur lining in your hat could make the difference between comfort and misery during a long winter walk, and that beaver fur trim on your cloak would shed snow and sleet like armour. Your colonial kitchen in winter wasn't just about cooking. It was about strategic fuel management for your body's internal furnace. Colonial families understood something that modern nutritionists are just rediscovering: that food isn't just about nutrients, it's about providing the specific types of energy your body needs to generate heat and maintain warmth in challenging conditions. Winter meals were rich, hearty affairs that would make modern dietitians clutch their calculators in horror, but every calorie had a purpose. Fat wasn't the enemy. It was your body's most efficient heating fuel, providing more than twice the energy per gram as protein or carbohydrates. Your winter diet included generous amounts of butter, cream, salt pork and beef fat, all carefully preserved and stored to provide the high-energy fuel your body craved in cold weather. But colonial cooks were too smart to just pile on the fat randomly. They understood food combining in ways that created sustained energy release throughout long, cold days. Your typical winter breakfast might include cornmeal mush cooked with milk and butter, providing quick carbohydrates for immediate energy and fats for long-term fuel. Add some maple syrup or molasses, and you have a meal that will keep your internal fires burning for hours. The preparation methods were as important as the ingredients themselves. Slow-cooked stews and soups weren't just convenient, they were perfectly designed for cold-weather nutrition. When you slowly simmer meat, bones and vegetables together for hours, you break down tough fibres and extract nutrients that your body can easily absorb and convert to heat. The gelatin from bone broths provided protein that your body could quickly convert to energy, while the fat that rose to the surface created a protective layer that helped retain heat in both the pot and your stomach. Root vegetables were the unsung heroes of colonial winter nutrition. Potatoes, turnips, parsnips and carrots weren't just filling. They were packed with complex carbohydrates that provided steady, sustained energy release. When stored properly in root cellars, these vegetables actually got sweeter over the winter as their starches converted to sugars, making them more palatable and easier for your body to convert to quick energy. Colonial families were masters of food preservation, and their winter larders were carefully orchestrated systems of stored energy. Salt pork and beef weren't just preserved meat. They were concentrated calorie bombs that could provide the fat and protein needed to maintain body heat during the coldest weather. A few strips of salt pork added to a pot of beans or vegetables could transform a simple meal into a high-energy winter feast. Dried fruits and nuts provided concentrated nutrition and calories in small packages. A handful of dried apples, or a small portion of walnuts could provide the quick energy needed for outdoor chores, while also supplying the vitamins needed to prevent scurvy and other winter ailments. Colonial families knew that variety in their diet wasn't just about taste, it was about providing all the different types of fuel and nutrients their bodies needed to function in harsh conditions. The beverages of colonial winter were strategic too. Hot cider wasn't just a tasty drink, it provided quick sugars for energy and warmth from the inside out. Milk was rich in fats and proteins that helped maintain body heat, and it was often consumed warm, adding to its heating effects. Even alcoholic beverages served a purpose beyond social lubrication. Rum, brandy and hard cider provided concentrated calories and helped dilate blood vessels to improve circulation to extremities. Cooking methods themselves contributed to winter warmth strategies. Roasting, baking and slow cooking weren't just about flavour, they were about maximising the heat production from your kitchen fire while creating foods that would provide sustained energy. A pot roast that simmered all day not only created a hearty meal, but also radiated heat throughout the kitchen, making efficient use of precious fuel. The timing of meals was strategic too. Your largest, most calorie-dense meal often came in the middle of the day, providing fuel for the afternoon's work and helping maintain body temperature through the coldest part of the day. Evening meals might be lighter, but still warm and nourishing, designed to provide the steady energy needed to maintain body heat through the long winter night. Your colonial bedroom in winter was a battlefield where comfort met survival, and losing this battle meant shivering through long, miserable nights that left you exhausted and vulnerable to illness. But colonial families had developed an arsenal of strategies that turned even unheated bedrooms into surprisingly comfortable sleeping spaces. The bed itself was the command centre of your nighttime warmth strategy. Colonial beds weren't just furniture, they were elaborate heating systems disguised as sleeping platforms. The foundation was often a rope bed, where thick ropes were woven in a grid pattern across the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface, and they provided excellent support while allowing air to circulate underneath the mattress, preventing moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy sleeping conditions. Your mattress wasn't the simple affair you might imagine. The best colonial mattresses were layered systems that created insulation while providing comfort. The bottom layer might be straw or corn husks for basic support and insulation from the cold ropes below. Above this came a layer of wool batting or down feathers for warmth and cushioning. The top layer was often fine linen or cotton ticking filled with the softest down or wool, creating a sleeping surface that was both comfortable and warm. But the real genius of colonial bed warmth was in the warming systems. Bed warmers weren't luxuries, they were essential tools for survival. Your bed warmer was typically a long-handled brass or copper pan that you filled with hot coals from the fire. You'd slide this under the covers for 10 or 15 minutes before bedtime, moving it around to warm the entire sleeping area. The metal pan distributed heat evenly, and the long handle kept your hands safe from both the heat and the coals. Some families used heated bricks wrapped in cloth instead of dedicated bed warmers. These held heat longer than metal pans and could be positioned strategically around the bed to create zones of warmth. A heated brick at your feet, another at your back, and perhaps one more near your hands could turn even the coldest bedroom into a comfortable sleeping space. Your bedding was a layered defence system that would impress modern camping gear designers. The bottom sheet was usually linen, which wickered moisture away from your body, while providing a smooth, comfortable sleeping surface. Above this came wool blankets, often multiple layers, each serving a different purpose. A lighter wool blanket next to your body provided warmth without weight, while heavier blankets on top trapped heat and blocked cold drafts. The top layer of your bedding was often a thick comforter or coverlet filled with down or wool. These weren't just warm, they were designed to create a microclimate around your body that held heat while allowing enough air circulation to prevent stuffiness. The best comforters had removable covers that could be washed regularly, keeping your bedding fresh and hygienic even during the months when bathing was infrequent. Bed curtains weren't just for privacy, they were essential heating equipment. Heavy curtains drawn around your bed created a smaller space that was easier to warm and harder for cold air to penetrate. These curtains were often made from thick wool or heavy linen, sometimes lined with additional fabric for extra insulation. Drawing your bed curtains was like creating a tent within your bedroom, a private space that held your body heat and blocked cold drafts from the rest of the room. Your nightgown or sleeping shirt wasn't just sleepwear, it was part of your thermal defence system. Colonial nightgowns were long, often reaching to the ankles, and made from soft but warm materials like flannel or brushed linen. The long sleeves and high necklines prevented heat loss from your extremities and torso, while the loose fit allowed for air circulation that prevented overheating and moisture buildup. Nightcaps weren't fashion statements, they were essential for preventing heat loss from your head, where a significant amount of body heat can escape. These were often made from soft wool or cotton, sometimes lined with silk or fine linen for comfort against your hair and scalp. A well-made nightcap could make the difference between a comfortable night's sleep and hours of shivering wakefulness. The positioning of your bed within the room was strategic too. Colonial bedrooms often placed the bed away from exterior walls and windows, where cold air could seep through gaps in construction. Instead, Beds were positioned near interior walls that shared heat from the kitchen or main fireplace. Some colonial homes had bedrooms directly above the kitchen, taking advantage of the heat that rose from the cooking fires below. One of the most ingenious aspects of colonial winter survival was the way families used social dynamics and communal living as heating strategies. Your colonial home wasn't just a building, it was a carefully orchestrated system of human cooperation designed to maximize warmth and minimize fuel consumption. Privacy was a luxury that few could afford when survival depended on sharing body heat and resources. Family sleeping arrangements in winter were practical rather than prudent. Children often shared beds not just to save space, but because 2 or 3 small bodies could generate and share warmth far more efficiently than each sleeping alone. Parents might bring the youngest children into their own bed during the coldest nights, creating a family warming system that kept everyone comfortable while conserving precious heating fuel. The concept of bundling, where courting couples would share a bed while fully clothed and sometimes with a board between them, wasn't just about supervised romance. It was a practical heating solution that allowed families to provide guest accommodation without the expense of heating additional rooms or providing extra bedding and warming equipment. Your body heat was a valuable commodity, and sharing it wisely was a mark of good household management. Common rooms served as gathering spaces where the entire family's body heat contributed to overall warmth. During the coldest weather, normal privacy and individual space gave way to practical communal living. Your family might spend entire days in the kitchen and main room, working, eating, and socializing in the warmest parts of the house, while letting the peripheral rooms go cold. Work parties and social gatherings weren't just about community bonding, they were strategic heating events. A barn raising or quilting bee brought together dozens of people whose combined body heat could warm even large spaces. Smart colonial families scheduled their social events during the coldest parts of winter, turning necessary community work into opportunities for everyone to stay warm while accomplishing important tasks. The kitchen hearth became the social centre of winter life, and colonial families arranged their activities to take maximum advantage of its warmth. Women would do their spinning, knitting, and mending near the fire, while men might repair tools or work on woodworking projects. Children played games and did their lessons in the warm circle around the hearth. This wasn't just about comfort, it was about making efficient use of heating fuel while maintaining the social bonds that held communities together through the harsh winter months. Evening entertainment was designed around warmth conservation. Storytelling, singing, and games that could be enjoyed while sitting close together near the fire became the primary forms of winter recreation. These activities served multiple purposes. They provided mental stimulation during the long, dark evenings, they kept people sedentary and close to heat sources, and they reinforced the social connections that were essential for community survival. Even religious practices adapted to winter heating realities. Church services in winter were often shorter than summer services, and churches developed strategies like foot warmers, small, portable braziers that could be filled with coals from home and carried to church to provide personal heating during long services. Some congregations would pack into smaller spaces during winter, using their combined body heat to make worship more comfortable. Community resource sharing was another form of social heating. Families would coordinate their heating and cooking schedules to maximize efficiency, perhaps taking turns hosting large meals that could feed multiple families while requiring only one fire, or sharing the use of large ovens for baking bread or roasting meat. These arrangements saved fuel while strengthening community bonds. The concept of neighbouring, helping nearby families with tasks that were easier done in groups, became especially important during winter. Butchering, woodcutting, and food preservation were often community activities that brought people together for warmth, efficiency, and safety. These work parties provided opportunities for social interaction during isolated winter months, while accomplishing necessary tasks more efficiently than individual families could manage alone. Colonial families were master practitioners of microclimate management, understanding how to create warm zones within larger cold spaces, and how to use the physics of heat, air circulation, and thermal mass to their advantage. Your colonial home wasn't uniformly heated. Instead, it was a collection of carefully managed thermal zones that prioritized warmth where it was needed most, while allowing less critical areas to remain cold. The concept of heat layering in colonial homes was sophisticated in ways that modern heating systems sometimes miss. Heat from your central fireplace didn't just radiate outward randomly. It was channeled and directed through strategic architectural choices. Interior doors were positioned to allow warm air to flow from heated rooms to adjacent spaces, while exterior doors were often double-layered with small vestibules that prevented cold air from rushing directly into warm spaces. Thermal mass was used strategically throughout colonial homes. Large stone or brick fireplaces absorbed heat during active burning and released it slowly over hours, acting like massive batteries that stored and distributed warmth long after the fire died down. Some colonial homes featured stone floors near the hearth that absorbed heat during the day and radiated it back during the night, creating comfort zones that remained warm even when the fire was banked. Window management was a precise science in colonial homes. During sunny winter days, even small windows could contribute significant heat gain when positioned correctly. Colonial families understood which windows would catch morning sun, afternoon sun, or were positioned to avoid cold northern exposures. They would open these windows during warm daylight hours to capture solar heat, then cover them with thick curtains or shutters as soon as the sun moved on or set, trapping the captured warmth inside. Air circulation management prevented the stuffiness that could make heated spaces uncomfortable, while avoiding the drafts that could steal precious warmth. Colonial builders understood that still air was insulating air, and they designed their homes to minimize unwanted air movement, while allowing for the gentle circulation needed to distribute heat from fires and prevent moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy conditions. The strategic use of textiles turned colonial homes into adjustable thermal environments. Heavy curtains, tapestries, and wall hangings weren't just decorative. They were movable insulation that could be deployed where needed most. During the coldest weather, families would hang extra blankets or quilts to subdivide large rooms into smaller, more easily heated spaces, or to block off unused areas that would otherwise steal heat from living spaces. Furniture placement was another tool in the colonial thermal management toolkit. Chairs, benches, and tables were positioned to create windbreaks around seating areas near fires, while also serving as platforms for warming stones, bricks, or other thermal mass objects that could store and distribute heat. High-backed chairs and settles weren't just about comfort. They created personal heat-reflecting zones that concentrated warmth around individual family members. The timing of daily activities was coordinated with thermal management strategies. Cooking, baking, and other heat-generating activities were scheduled to provide maximum warming benefit during the coldest parts of the day. Laundry might be done during the warmest part of winter days, taking advantage of both solar heat gain and the warmth generated by hot water and steam, while also providing humidity that made cold air feel more comfortable. Even personal thermal management was sophisticated. Colonial families understood that keeping your core body temperature warm was more efficient than trying to heat extremities directly. They wore layers that trapped warm air close to their torsos and major blood vessels, allowing their circulatory systems to carry this warmth to hands and feet more efficiently than trying to heat these extremities externally. The management of humidity levels was crucial for winter comfort. Too little humidity made cold air feel even colder and could lead to respiratory problems and dry, cracked skin. Too much humidity made spaces feel clammy and cold, while promoting the growth of mold and mildew that could cause illness. Colonial families used cooking, breathing, and strategic ventilation to maintain humidity levels that made their heated spaces feel comfortable and healthy. When winter weather turned truly dangerous, colonial families had emergency protocols that could mean the difference between survival and disaster. Your colonial ancestors weren't just prepared for normal winter weather. They had strategies for blizzards, ice storms, and the kind of bitter cold that could kill unprepared people in hours rather than days. The most critical emergency protocol was fire insurance, maintaining multiple heat sources and backup ignition systems. Your main fireplace might be your primary heat source, but colonial families always maintained secondary fires or heating systems that could take over if the main fire failed. This might mean keeping a small fire going in a bedroom fireplace, maintaining banked coals in a kitchen firepot, or keeping emergency fire-starting materials dry and accessible in multiple locations throughout the house. Emergency food protocols were equally sophisticated. Beyond your normal winter food storage, colonial families maintained emergency food caches, high-energy, long-lasting foods that could sustain life during extended periods when normal cooking wasn't possible. These might include parched corn, dried meat, nuts, and preserved fruits that required no cooking and provided maximum nutrition in small quantities. Some families kept emergency food supplies in root cellars or other cold storage areas separate from their main larder, protecting these reserves from both spoilage and the temptation to consume them during normal times. Water security during extreme weather was a constant concern. Wells could freeze, and collecting water from streams or springs might become impossible during severe storms. Colonial families stored water in multiple containers throughout their homes, often keeping some near heat sources to prevent freezing while storing larger quantities in areas that stayed cool enough to prevent spoilage. Emergency water included not just drinking water, but also supplies for cooking, basic hygiene, and firefighting if chimney fires or other heating-related disasters occurred. Shelter reinforcement protocols prepared colonial homes for extreme weather conditions. This included securing shutters and storm coverings for windows, reinforcing doors against wind and snow loads, and preparing temporary shelter spaces within the home if normal heating areas became unusable. Some colonial families prepared interior rooms that could be quickly converted into survival spaces, complete with emergency bedding, food, water, and heating supplies. Personal emergency preparation included maintaining emergency clothing and bedding that could provide extra warmth during extreme conditions. This meant keeping extra blankets, warm clothing, and emergency supplies dry and accessible even if other parts of the home became unusable. Colonial families often maintained emergency clothing supplies in multiple locations, ensuring that family members could access warm, dry clothing even if they became separated from their primary belongings. Communication and community emergency protocols connected individual family survival strategies with broader community support systems. Colonial communities developed systems for checking on isolated families during extreme weather, sharing resources during emergencies, and coordinating rescue efforts when families became stranded or endangered. These systems included prearranged signals, shared emergency supplies, and community spaces that could serve as warming centres if individual homes became uninhabitable. Medical emergency protocols addressed the health crises that extreme cold could create. Colonial families maintained supplies and knowledge for treating frostbite, hypothermia, and the respiratory problems that cold, dry air could cause. They understood that maintaining body temperature was crucial for fighting off illness, and they had strategies for caring for sick family members that prioritised warmth while providing necessary medical attention. Recovery protocols helped families restore normal operations after extreme weather events. This included procedures for safely assessing and repairing weather damage, restoring normal heating and cooking operations, and replenishing emergency supplies that had been consumed during the crisis. Colonial families understood that surviving one emergency was only valuable if you were prepared for the next one. Winter warmth in colonial times wasn't just about comfort and survival. It was about careful resource management and economic strategy. Every piece of firewood, every calorie of food, and every hour of labour spent on heating had to be balanced against other needs and the limited resources that had to last through the entire winter season. Fuel budgeting was as important as food budgeting for colonial families. Your wood supply wasn't just a pile of logs, it was a carefully calculated resource that had to be managed with the same precision as money in a bank account. Families tracked their wood consumption, adjusted their burning practices based on weather forecasts and remaining supplies, and made strategic decisions about when to burn premium hardwoods versus when to make do with less efficient fuel. The labour economics of staying warm were equally complex. Every hour spent cutting, splitting and stacking firewood was an hour that couldn't be spent on other necessary tasks. Colonial families had to balance the immediate need for heating fuel against the long-term need for food production, home maintenance, and income-generating activities. This led to sophisticated time management strategies that maximised the efficiency of heating-related work. Resource sharing and bartering created community economies of warmth. Families might trade surplus firewood for food, exchange labour for heating supplies, or share specialised tools and equipment that made heating more efficient. A family with superior woodcutting tools might provide firewood preparation services in exchange for other goods, while families with large ovens might do community baking in exchange for fuel to heat their ovens. The cost-benefit analysis of different heating strategies was constantly evolving throughout the winter season. Early in winter, when fuel supplies were abundant, families might heat more rooms and maintain higher temperatures. As supplies dwindled and the coldest weather approached, they would retreat to smaller, more efficiently heated spaces and lower their overall heating standards to stretch remaining fuel through the end of winter. Investment in heating efficiency paid long-term dividends for colonial families. Better built fireplaces, improved chimney design, and high-quality heating tools might require significant upfront investment, but they could reduce fuel consumption and labour requirements over multiple winter seasons. Families that could afford these improvements often found that they could maintain comfort with less fuel while having surplus resources to trade or to provide security against particularly harsh winters. The economics of clothing and textiles for winter warmth involved similar calculations. High-quality wool clothing and bedding required significant investment in materials and labour, but provided superior warmth and durability compared to cheaper alternatives. Colonial families had to decide whether to invest time and money in premium winter clothing that would last for many seasons, or to make do with less expensive options that might need frequent replacement. Food economics is intertwined with heating economics in complex ways. High-calorie winter foods provided the energy needed to maintain body heat, but they were often expensive or required significant resources to produce and preserve. Families had to balance the cost of heating their homes against the cost of eating foods that would help their bodies generate internal heat, often finding that strategic combinations of both approaches provided the most economical winter survival strategy. Colonial families weren't just following ancient traditions, they were constantly innovating, adapting, and improving their winter survival strategies. Your colonial ancestors were inventors and experimenters who faced the daily challenge of staying warm with limited resources and technology, leading to remarkable innovations that often surpassed modern solutions in efficiency and sustainability. Fireplace design evolved continuously throughout the colonial period, as families experimented with ways to extract more heat from their precious fuel. Some colonials developed fireplace inserts and heat exchangers that captured heat that would otherwise escape up the chimney. Others experimented with fireplace positioning, angling, and airflow patterns that maximized heat distribution throughout their homes. These innovations were often shared between families and communities, spreading effective improvements throughout entire regions. Insulation innovations used locally available materials in creative ways. Families experimented with different combinations of natural insulation materials, mixing straw with clay, layering different types of animal fur, or using collected bird down in ways that provided maximum insulation value. Some colonial families developed sophisticated understandings of how different insulation materials performed under various conditions, leading to custom insulation solutions for different parts of their homes. Clothing and textile innovations address specific heating challenges through creative design and material use. Colonial seamstresses developed techniques for creating garments that maximized warmth while allowing for the physical activity that winter survival demanded. This included innovations in layering systems, strategic reinforcement of high-wear areas, and the development of specialized garments for specific winter activities like ice fishing, wood cutting, or outdoor animal care. Food preservation and preparation innovations extended the effectiveness of winter nutrition strategies. Colonial cooks developed new techniques for preserving high-energy foods, creating concentrated nutrition sources, and preparing foods that provided maximum heating benefit. These innovations often involved creative combinations of traditional preservation techniques with new understanding of nutrition and energy requirements. Heating tool innovations improved the efficiency and safety of fire management. Colonial blacksmiths and metalworkers developed improved fireplace tools, more efficient bed warmers, and specialized implements that made fire management easier and more effective. Some families created their own heating innovations using available materials, copper warming pans that distributed heat more evenly, iron fire dogs that could be adjusted for different log sizes, and specialized coal containers that held heat longer while being safer to handle. Building technique innovations address specific thermal challenges that colonial families discovered through experience. Some families experimented with double wall construction that created insulating air spaces, while others developed innovative chimney designs that captured more heat before it escaped outdoors. These building innovations were often region-specific, adapting to local climate conditions, available materials, and specific heating challenges. Behavioral innovations were perhaps the most important category of colonial winter adaptations. Families continuously refined their daily routines, work schedules, and living patterns to maximize warmth while minimizing fuel consumption. This might include innovations in family coordination that ensured fires were tended efficiently, new approaches to task scheduling that took advantage of natural heat sources, or creative solutions for maintaining social connections during isolated winter months. Community innovations in heating strategies often provided solutions that individual families couldn't achieve alone. Some communities developed shared heating resources like communal ovens or warming houses that could serve multiple families efficiently. Others created community fuel sharing systems that helped ensure that no family ran out of heating fuel during extreme weather. These community innovations required cooperation and coordination, but they often provided heating solutions that were more efficient and reliable than individual family efforts. The most successful colonial innovations were those that addressed multiple challenges simultaneously. A design improvement that made a fireplace burn more efficiently, while also making it safer to operate, or a food preservation technique that created high-energy winter foods, while also reducing storage space requirements. These multi-benefit innovations were especially valuable because they provided improvements without requiring additional resources or labour. Colonial America wasn't uniform in its climate or resources, and neither were the winter survival strategies that families developed. Your experience staying warm in colonial Massachusetts would be quite different from what you'd encounter in Virginia, Pennsylvania, or the Carolinas. Each region developed specialised approaches to winter warmth that took advantage of local resources, climate patterns, and cultural traditions. New England families, facing the longest and coldest winters, developed some of the most sophisticated heating strategies in colonial America. The combination of harsh weather, abundant forests, and strong community traditions created innovations like the famous New England saltbox house design, where the long, sloping rear roof provided excellent wind protection, while the compact interior layout maximised heating efficiency. New England families also developed complex systems for managing multiple fireplaces and heat sources throughout their homes, creating thermal zones that could be adjusted based on weather conditions and fuel availability. The mid-Atlantic colonies, with their more moderate winters and diverse immigrant populations, created heating systems that blended techniques from multiple European traditions. German colonists brought knowledge of efficient stove designs and thermal mass heating systems, while Dutch families contributed innovations in home layout and insulation techniques. These regional adaptations often combined the best features of different approaches, creating heating systems that were more sophisticated than what any single tradition might have produced alone. Southern colonies faced different challenges, with shorter but sometimes surprisingly harsh winters that could catch unprepared families off guard. Southern colonial families developed heating strategies that could be quickly deployed when needed, but didn't require the massive year-round investment in fuel and heating infrastructure that northern families needed. This led to innovations like portable heating systems, flexible room arrangements that could be quickly adapted for cold weather, and heating strategies that took advantage of the thermal mass of southern building materials like brick and stone. Coastal families, regardless of their latitude, had to deal with the unique challenges of maritime winter weather: high winds, salt air that could corrode heating equipment, and the humidity that made cold air feel even colder. Coastal colonial families developed specialised approaches to wind protection, corrosion-resistant heating tools, and humidity management that kept their homes comfortable despite challenging weather conditions. Mountain and frontier families faced the challenge of extreme weather, combined with limited access to specialised heating equipment and supplies. These families became masters of improvisation and local resource utilisation, developing heating systems that could be built and maintained using only materials available in their immediate environment. Frontier innovations often focused on durability and repairability, creating heating systems that could function reliably even when replacement parts and professional repair services were unavailable. Urban colonial families dealt with different constraints, including limited space for fuel storage, restrictions on certain types of heating due to fire regulations, and the need to coordinate heating systems with neighbours in close proximity. Urban innovations often focused on space efficiency and fuel economy, creating heating solutions that provided maximum warmth in minimal space, while using expensive urban fuel supplies as efficiently as possible. Rural families had different advantages and challenges, with greater access to fuel and space, but also greater isolation during extreme weather. Rural heating innovations often focused on self-sufficiency and emergency preparedness, creating heating systems that could function independently for extended periods without outside support or supplies. The interaction between different regional approaches created continuous innovation and improvement in colonial heating strategies. Families moving between regions brought their heating knowledge with them, leading to cross-pollination of techniques and the development of hybrid approaches that combine the best features of different regional traditions. Your daily life in a colonial winter followed rhythms that were dictated as much by thermal management as by daylight or traditional schedules. The need to maintain warmth created a choreography of daily activities that was both practical and surprisingly elegant in its efficiency. Your winter day began before dawn, not because you were an early riser by choice, but because the fires banked overnight needed attention before they died completely. In the pre-dawn darkness, you'd slip from your warm bed into the shocking cold of the unheated bedroom, quickly pulling on clothes that had been warmed by being kept under the covers with you overnight. Your first task was always fire management, stirring the banked coals in the kitchen fireplace, adding kindling and fresh wood, and coaxing the sleeping fire back to active life. The kitchen became your morning command centre, and breakfast wasn't just about nutrition, it was about warming yourself from the inside while the house fires began to take the edge off the indoor cold. Hot porridge, warm bread, and steaming cider or milk weren't luxuries. They were essential tools for raising your body temperature to the point where you could function effectively in cold conditions. Morning work was planned around the gradual warming of your living spaces. Tasks that could be done near the kitchen fire took priority: meal preparation, mending, and planning the day's activities. As other rooms slowly warmed up, or as outdoor temperatures rose with the winter sun, you could expand your activities to other parts of the house, or venture outdoors for essential chores. The midday period, when the winter sun provided whatever warmth was available from the outside, became the time for activities that required leaving the warm interior spaces. This was when you'd venture out to tend animals, collect firewood, check on stored supplies, or visit neighbours. The key was timing these outdoor activities to take advantage of whatever natural warmth was available, while ensuring you could return to warm spaces before the afternoon cold set in. Afternoon activities centred around preparation for the evening and night ahead. This was when you'd prepare evening meals that would provide warming nutrition through the cold night, bank additional fires in bedrooms if fuel supplies allowed, and prepare the warming equipment, heated bricks, bed warmers, or warmed clothing that would make nighttime comfortable. Evening routines were designed around conservation of both warmth and fuel. As daylight faded and outdoor temperatures dropped, your family would consolidate into the warmest spaces of your home. This was the time for activities that could be done while sitting close together near the fire: storytelling, music, games, handwork, or simply quiet conversation that reinforced family bonds while conserving body heat and heating fuel. The transition to sleep involved careful thermal management that could determine whether you'd sleep comfortably or shiver through a miserable night. Bed preparation wasn't just about clean sheets. It was about ensuring that your sleeping space would retain the warmth generated by heated bricks or bed warmers, and that your bedding layers were arranged to trap body heat while preventing moisture buildup that could make you cold and clammy. Nighttime brought its own thermal challenges and opportunities. Your banked fires needed to provide enough heat to prevent interior temperatures from dropping to dangerous levels, while also conserving enough fuel to make it through to morning. Some families maintained watch schedules during the coldest nights, ensuring that someone was awake to tend fires and address any heating emergencies that might arise. Weekly and seasonal rhythms also revolved around thermal management. Certain tasks, like major cooking projects, laundry, or craft work, were scheduled for the warmest days or times when heating systems were already operating at full capacity. Community activities and social gatherings were planned to take advantage of shared body heat while accomplishing necessary work or maintaining social connections. Weather prediction became a crucial skill for managing these thermal rhythms. Colonial families developed sophisticated abilities to read weather signs and predict temperature changes, allowing them to adjust their heating strategies, activity schedules, and fuel consumption patterns in anticipation of changing conditions. A family that could accurately predict a cold snap could prepare their heating systems and adjust their routines to weather the temperature drop comfortably, while a family caught off guard might struggle through several miserable days of inadequate warmth. Colonial children weren't just smaller adults when it came to winter survival. They required specialised heating strategies that took into account their higher surface area to body mass ratio, their tendency to lose heat more quickly than adults, and their need for protection while still learning the skills necessary for winter survival. Your colonial children's clothing was engineering designed for small bodies with different thermal needs. Children's winter clothing often included extra layers around the torso, where vital organs needed protection, while allowing for the active movement that children required. Small hands and feet, being furthest from the heart's warming circulation, received special attention with multiple layers of mittens and stockings, often made from the softest and warmest materials available. Sleeping arrangements for children prioritised warmth over privacy. Small children often shared beds not just for space efficiency, but because their combined body heat provided better warmth than individual sleeping spaces. Parents would position children's beds near heat sources when possible, or bring small children into the master bed during the coldest nights, using parental body heat to ensure that developing bodies stayed warm enough to grow and thrive. Children's daily routines were modified to minimize their exposure to extreme cold, while still allowing them to learn essential skills. Young children might be kept in the kitchen and main rooms during the coldest weather, learning domestic skills near the warmth of fires, while older children gradually took on outdoor responsibilities as their bodies developed the ability to handle cold exposure safely. Educational activities were adapted to winter heating realities. Children learned reading, writing, and arithmetic while sitting close to fires, and many traditional children's games and activities were designed to be played in warm, confined spaces. Storytelling, singing, and memory games weren't just entertainment. They were educational tools that could be used while the entire family huddled together for warmth. Food requirements for colonial children during winter reflected their need for energy to fuel both growth and heat production. Children's winter diets often included extra fats and high-energy foods, and parents would ensure that children had access to warm foods and drinks throughout the day to help maintain their body temperature and provide the calories needed for proper development. Child safety around heating systems required constant vigilance and specialized equipment. Fire guards, specialized clothing that couldn't easily catch fire, and careful supervision ensured that children could benefit from heating systems without being endangered by them. Children learned fire safety and heating system management as essential life skills, but always under close adult supervision. The development of winter survival skills in children was a gradual process that began early and progressed through increasingly complex responsibilities. Young children might begin by learning to bank fires or arrange kindling, while older children took on more complex tasks like managing fuel supplies or maintaining heating equipment. This skill development was essential for preparing children to eventually manage their own winter survival as adults. Community support systems often provided additional resources for keeping children warm during extreme weather. Neighbours might take in children from families facing heating emergencies, and community warming spaces could provide backup heating for families with inadequate resources. These community safety nets were especially important for ensuring that children, who were most vulnerable to cold exposure, had access to adequate warmth, even during the most challenging weather. Winter health management in colonial times was inseparable from heating and warmth maintenance. Your colonial ancestors understood that staying warm wasn't just about comfort, it was about preventing illness, maintaining the immune systems to fight disease, and ensuring that existing health conditions didn't become life-threatening during cold weather. Respiratory health was a primary concern during colonial winters, and heating strategies were designed to address the dry, cold air that could damage lungs and airways. Colonial families used humidity management techniques, steaming pots of water, wet cloths hung near fires, and breathing warm, moist air from heated beverages to protect their respiratory systems from the harsh, dry air that heating fires could create. Circulation problems caused by cold exposure were addressed through both external warming techniques and internal warming foods and beverages. Colonial families understood that maintaining good circulation was essential for overall health, and they used warming foods, gentle exercise, and strategic heating to ensure that blood flow reached extremities and vital organs effectively. Cold-related injuries like frostbite and hypothermia were serious concerns that colonial families addressed through both prevention and treatment strategies. Prevention focused on proper clothing, limited exposure times, and recognition of early warning signs. Treatment involved gradual rewarming techniques that could restore circulation without causing additional tissue damage. Chronic health conditions were often exacerbated by cold weather, and colonial families developed specialized heating strategies for family members with arthritis, respiratory problems, or other conditions that cold weather could worsen. This might include dedicated heating equipment for specific family members, specialized clothing or bedding, or modified daily routines that minimize cold exposure for vulnerable individuals. Herbal medicine and home remedies were adapted for winter health maintenance. Colonial families used warming herbs and spices not just for flavor, but for their therapeutic properties in maintaining body heat and supporting immune function. Hot herbal teas, warming spice combinations, and topical treatments made from warming plants helped support health during the challenging winter months. Nutrition for winter health went beyond simple calorie management to include foods and supplements that supported immune function and cold resistance. Colonial families understood which foods provided the vitamins and minerals needed to maintain health during limited nutrition winter months, and they planned their preserved food supplies to ensure adequate nutrition throughout the winter season. Mental health considerations were important aspects of colonial winter survival. The isolation, limited daylight, and constant focus on survival could create mental health challenges that colonial families addressed through social connections, meaningful activities, and community support systems. Maintaining mental health was understood to be essential for physical survival, as depression or anxiety could impair judgment and decision-making abilities needed for effective winter management. Sleep health during winter required specialised approaches that ensured adequate rest while maintaining safe body temperature throughout long, cold nights. Colonial families developed sophisticated understanding of how to create sleeping conditions that promoted healthy sleep while preventing the temperature drops that could interrupt rest or create health risks. Emergency medical care during winter presented unique challenges when professional medical help might be unavailable due to weather conditions. Colonial families maintained medical supplies and knowledge for treating common winter health problems, and they developed emergency protocols for addressing serious health crises when outside help wasn't accessible. As winter gradually loosened its grip and the first signs of spring appeared, colonial families didn't simply celebrate the end of cold weather. They began the process of evaluating their winter survival strategies, replenishing depleted resources, and preparing for the next year's cold season. The end of winter was both a relief and a beginning, marking the start of preparations that would determine how well the family would survive the next winter. Your colonial family's post-winter assessment was thorough and practical. Which heating strategies had worked well and which had proven inadequate? How much fuel had been consumed, and what did that suggest about next year's fuel requirements? What equipment had worn out or broken, and what replacements or repairs would be needed? This evaluation process was crucial for continuous improvement in winter survival capabilities. Spring cleaning in colonial homes wasn't just about aesthetics, it was about restoring heating systems and living spaces after months of intensive use. Fireplaces and chimneys needed thorough cleaning to remove soot and creosote buildup that could create fire hazards. Clothing and bedding that had provided winter warmth needed careful cleaning and storage to ensure they'd be ready for next year's cold weather. Resource replenishment began as soon as weather permitted. Firewood cutting and processing started early in spring, taking advantage of favourable weather and the full growing season to ensure adequate fuel supplies for the following winter. Food preservation and storage systems were evaluated and repaired, and planning began for the crops and preserved foods that would provide winter nutrition. Equipment maintenance and replacement addressed the wear and tear that intensive winter use placed on heating tools, clothing, and household equipment. This was the time to repair or replace worn-out bed warmers, damaged fireplace tools, and clothing that had worn thin during the winter months. Investing in equipment maintenance during spring ensured that heating systems would function reliably when they were needed again. Community debriefing and knowledge sharing allowed families to learn from each other's winter experiences. Which families had developed new techniques or innovations? What community resources had proven most valuable? How could community cooperation be improved for the next winter season? This knowledge sharing was essential for continuous improvement in community-wide winter survival capabilities. The psychological transition from winter survival mode to spring productivity was as important as the practical preparations. Colonial families had to shift from the conservation and endurance mindset of winter to the growth and expansion mindset of spring and summer. This transition involved both celebration of survival and preparation for the active season ahead. Long-term planning incorporated lessons learned from the winter just survived. Climate patterns, family needs, community resources, and economic conditions all factored into planning for future winter seasons. Families that learned from each winter's experiences were better prepared for future challenges and more likely to thrive despite harsh weather conditions. As you reflect on the ingenuity, resilience, and community cooperation that enabled colonial families to survive harsh winters with limited technology and resources, you might find inspiration for modern challenges. The principles they used: careful resource management, community cooperation, continuous innovation, and adaptation to changing conditions remain relevant for anyone facing difficult circumstances with limited resources. The colonial approach to winter survival wasn't just about enduring harsh conditions, it was about creating sustainable systems that could provide comfort and security year after year. Their success came not from any single brilliant solution, but from the integration of many small innovations and adaptations into comprehensive survival strategies that addressed every aspect of winter living. Their legacy isn't just in the historical record of how they survived, it's in the demonstration that human ingenuity, cooperation and determination can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. Colonial families proved that with careful planning, community support, and willingness to adapt and innovate, people could not just survive but thrive in conditions that might seem insurmountable to modern observers. As you settle back into your warm, comfortable modern home, perhaps you can appreciate both how far heating technology has advanced and how much wisdom there is in the simple, sustainable approaches that our ancestors developed. Their strategies for staying warm through winter were more than survival techniques. They were expressions of human adaptability, community cooperation, and the determination to not just survive but to create comfort and security, even in the face of nature's harshest challenges. The next time you adjust your thermostat with the flip of a switch, or slip into a warm bed without thinking about heated bricks or bed warmers, you might remember the colonial families who turned the challenge of staying warm into an art form of survival, innovation, and community cooperation that sustained them through countless harsh winters and created the foundation for the communities we know today. Their story reminds us that human comfort and security don't depend solely on advanced technology. They depend on ingenuity, preparation, community cooperation, and the willingness to adapt our methods to meet our challenges. In their success at creating warmth and comfort with simple tools and natural resources, colonial families left us a legacy of practical wisdom that remains relevant whenever we face the challenge of creating security and comfort with limited resources. And as winter settles around your own home tonight, and you drift off, picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice? But a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone, she was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say, workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Amulius, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, two healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Amulius made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food, and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. Two human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing 2 human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills round their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters 2 young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Amulius himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Amulius was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Amulius had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Amulius, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room. While King Amulius was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds, Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Amelia still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Amulius's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence. All found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Amulius had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Amulius had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Amulius was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. 2 young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership Once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numita's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles, and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of the river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions. But the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective. But Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges, and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony, rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the rape of the Sabine women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city, rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabines joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times, it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times, it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times, it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day? The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by. All because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centered their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids. They were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year, they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365.25 days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales, they were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record-keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy, the 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today. was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the Sun, Moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events. In spite of this basic misunderstanding, the Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless. He insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the earth, Aristarchus proposed that the earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in 2 cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the 2 cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the sun, moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij-i Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realize that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing great age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, the slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, The Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to old-world astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems, rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced. Amelia Earhart's legacy often flashes by as a brisk summary. Bold pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEN's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face. The engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival, and each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasized that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalized her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable. but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2, 1937, they departed Leh in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. Schoolchildren learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements. Whether intentionally or not, she prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. but many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance, of measured caution and determined optimism, gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress. not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. Imagine stepping outside your front door right now and having absolutely no streetlights, no porch lights from neighbouring houses, and no glow from distant shopping centres or office buildings. Now multiply that darkness by about 1,000, add the fact that your own home has maybe 1 or 2 candles burning if you're lucky, and you're starting to understand what nighttime actually meant in medieval Europe. The medieval night wasn't just darker than anything most of us have experienced. It was a different kind of darkness altogether. It was the sort of darkness that felt physical, like something you could touch. When the sun set, which happened much earlier in practical terms because people actually paid attention to it, the world transformed into something unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. Your own village, which you'd walk through countless times during the day, became a maze of shadows and uncertain footsteps. This darkness shaped everything about how medieval people approached sleep. You couldn't just decide to stay up late binge-watching your favourite show or scrolling through social media until your eyes hurt. Once darkness fell, your options were basically to sit in the dark doing nothing, burn expensive candles or oil that you'd need for more important things, or go to bed. Most people chose bed, which meant that medieval sleeping patterns were dramatically different from ours. The typical medieval person went to bed shortly after sunset. We're talking about 7 or 8 in the evening during winter months. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't sleep straight through the night the way we try to. Instead, most people practiced what historians call segmented sleep, or first and second sleep. You'd go to bed at dusk, sleep for 3 or 4 hours, then wake up naturally in the middle of the night for an hour or 2. What did people do during this middle of the night wake period? Well, they'd pray, think about their dreams, talk quietly with their spouse if they had one, maybe tend to the fire, or engage in activities that led to medieval Europe's impressive population growth. Then they'd settle back down for a second sleep that lasted until dawn. This wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. It was just how human sleep naturally worked before artificial lighting convinced our bodies to consolidate everything into one chunk. The darkness also meant that bedtime wasn't a precise moment you could check on your phone. People judged time by church bells if they lived near a church, or by the position of stars if they could see them, or more often by simply feeling tired when their bodies had been awake since dawn. Time was less about exact hours and more about natural rhythms. When you could no longer see well enough to work, it was time to start thinking about sleep. This relationship with darkness shaped medieval sleep in ways we barely understand today. Going to bed wasn't about optimal sleep hygiene, or making sure you got your full 8 hours. It was about surviving the cold, staying safe from both real and imagined dangers, and making the best use of expensive lighting resources. The night was something to be gotten through, not enjoyed, and sleep was your primary tool for doing exactly that. The quality of your sleep in medieval times was directly connected to your social status in ways that might seem strange to us now. A noble in a castle had access to private chambers, good fires, and plenty of candles or rushlights. A peasant in a one-room cottage shared sleeping space with their entire family. The fire had to be carefully managed to last until morning, and lighting was a luxury saved for emergencies. But regardless of whether you were a duke or a ditch digger, the darkness was still the darkness, and it still defined your entire relationship with nighttime. Let's talk about medieval bedrooms. Except for most people, the word bedroom would have been a completely foreign concept. Separate rooms dedicated solely to sleeping? That was a luxury so extreme that even many wealthy people didn't have it. For the majority of medieval Europeans, the question wasn't, "Where's your bedroom?" but rather, "Where in your living space are you going to sleep tonight?" Picture a typical peasant cottage, and by typical, we mean the homes where about 90% of medieval people lived. You'd have one room, maybe two if you were doing pretty well for yourself. This single room served as kitchen, dining room, living room, workshop, and yes, bedroom. The whole family slept there, often in the same bed or on adjacent sleeping platforms. Privacy was not a medieval value, mainly because privacy was simply not possible for most people. The bed itself, if you could call it that, often consisted of a wooden frame with rope or leather straps stretched across it to create a flexible sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" supposedly comes from. You'd need to tighten those ropes periodically to keep the sleeping surface from sagging too much. Though historians debate whether that's the real origin of the phrase, it makes a nice story and captures something true about medieval sleeping arrangements. They required maintenance. Now, if you were a peasant without even a proper bed frame, you might sleep on what was essentially a large sack filled with straw, placed directly on the dirt floor or on a raised platform to avoid the worst of the cold and damp rising from the ground. These straw mattresses were called pallets, and they were about as comfortable as they sound, which is to say, not very, but considerably better than sleeping directly on cold earth. The straw in these mattresses needed regular replacement because, well, imagine sleeping on the same pile of dried grass for months on end. It would compress, accumulate moisture, attract various forms of wildlife you didn't particularly want sharing your bed, and generally become less pleasant over time. Replacing the straw was a regular household task, like changing your sheets, except you were changing the entire mattress. Moving up the social ladder, things got marginally better. Wealthier peasants and merchants might have actual wooden bed frames, possibly even with some basic decoration if they were showing off. The mattress might be stuffed with wool instead of straw, which was warmer, more comfortable, and less likely to poke you with sharp bits throughout the night. Some even had feather mattresses, though these were expensive enough that they often appeared in wills as valuable property to be inherited. The nobility slept in what we'd recognise as actual beds, though even these were different from what you might expect. A noble's bed was often a major piece of furniture and a significant status symbol. It would have a wooden frame, but more importantly it would have curtains, heavy fabric hangings that could be drawn around the bed to create a smaller, warmer space within the already cold chamber. These bed curtains were crucial technology that doesn't get enough credit. Think about it. You're in a stone castle where the walls are thick, but not particularly good at keeping out cold. The windows have shutters but no glass, or only expensive, poor quality glass if you're very wealthy. And the only heat source is a fireplace that's basically warming one corner of a large room. By drawing curtains around your bed, you created a much smaller space that your body heat could actually warm. It was like having a tent inside your room, and it made the difference between being cold all night and being reasonably comfortable. The grandest beds were architectural features that could be disassembled and moved, but required considerable effort to do so. They had posts, canopies, elaborate carvings, and expensive fabrics. A great bed was a place for sleeping, certainly, but also for receiving important visitors, conducting business and displaying wealth. When medieval nobles or royalty were seriously ill, they often held court from their beds, because the bed was the most prestigious piece of furniture in the household. But here's something that might surprise you. Even in castles, even among the nobility, most people didn't sleep alone. Servants often slept in the same rooms as their masters, either on smaller beds or on pallets on the floor. Children shared beds with siblings. Extended family members bunked together. The concept of everyone in a household having their own private sleeping space was almost unheard of, even among the very wealthy. There were practical reasons for this crowding beyond just limited space. Multiple bodies in a room meant more warmth. Having servants sleep in your chamber meant you had someone to tend the fire during the night, to help you if you needed something, and to provide security against intruders. Privacy might be nice, but warmth, service, and safety were necessities. For travellers, and medieval people travelled more than you might think, whether for trade, pilgrimage, or military service. Sleeping arrangements were even more variable. Inns existed, but they were sparse, and sleeping at an inn usually meant sharing a bed with complete strangers. This wasn't considered particularly strange. It was simply the most efficient use of limited space and bedding. You'd climb into bed with whoever else had paid for a spot, hopefully claiming the side closer to the wall if you got there first, and try to sleep while ignoring the snoring, smells and movements of your temporary bed partners. Monasteries and convents had their own sleeping arrangements. Monks and nuns often slept in dormitories, sometimes in individual cells barely large enough for a narrow bed, sometimes in communal spaces with rows of beds. The strictest religious orders required sleeping on bare boards as a form of mortification of the flesh, which is about as comfortable as it sounds and was meant to be that way. Now that you're mentally curled up in your medieval sleeping space, whether that's a pile of straw on a cottage floor or a curtained bed in a drafty castle, let's talk about what you'd pull over yourself to keep from turning into a medieval popsicle during the night. Your modern comforter, with its synthetic fill and machine-washable cover, is a technological marvel that medieval people would have traded a good sheep for. What they had instead was whatever they could make, buy, or inherit. And the quality varied so wildly that a peasant's bedding and a noble's bedding were barely the same category of object. Starting at the bottom of the social ladder, a peasant family's blankets were likely made of wool, because sheep were everywhere in medieval Europe, and wool was the go-to fabric for anything that needed to be warm. But not all wool is created equal. The coarse wool from the family's own sheep, woven at home or by a local weaver, resulted in blankets that were warm, yes, but also heavy, scratchy, and nowhere near as soft as the wool products you'd find in a modern bedding store. These homespun wool blankets were valuable enough that families took care of them, mended them repeatedly, and passed them down through generations. When a blanket wore out in one spot, you didn't throw it away. You patched it, turned it, repurposed it, or eventually cut it down into smaller pieces for other uses. Waste wasn't a medieval concept when it came to textiles, because making cloth was incredibly labour-intensive. For padding between you and those rope bed supports, you'd have your straw or wool mattress, but some people added additional layers. A coarse cloth covering over the straw helped keep the pointy bits from poking through quite so aggressively. Some people used animal skins. Sheepskins were particularly popular because they were warm, relatively soft and naturally water-resistant. Moving up the economic ladder, the bedding got progressively finer. Wealthier merchants might have wool blankets made from better quality wool, perhaps even dyed in attractive colours using expensive dyes. They might have linen sheets. Yes, medieval people who could afford it used sheets, though not everyone changed them as frequently as we might hope. Linen was prized because, unlike wool, it could be washed in hot water and wouldn't shrink, though it was considerably more expensive than wool. The nobility took bedding to another level entirely. Their wool might be felted or fulled to make it softer and denser. They'd have multiple layers, linen sheets against the skin, wool blankets for warmth, and possibly fur or silk covers on top for display as much as function. The wealthiest individuals had feather beds, not just mattresses stuffed with feathers, but also feather-filled coverlets that were the medieval equivalent of a down comforter. These feather beds were luxury items that appeared in inventories and wills alongside jewellery and valuable household items. Getting enough feathers to stuff a good-sized coverlet required a lot of geese or other waterfowl, and someone had to pluck them all, clean them, and stuff them into tightly woven fabric that wouldn't let the feathers escape. It was skilled, time-consuming work, which meant it was expensive. But here's the thing about medieval bedding that really matters. It was all about layering. You didn't have one perfect blanket that regulated your temperature throughout the night. Instead, you had multiple layers of different materials, and you managed your temperature by adding or removing layers, opening or closing bed curtains, and adjusting how close you were to other people in your bed. The fabrics themselves had properties that medieval people understood through experience, even if they couldn't explain the science. Wool stays warm even when damp, which mattered in drafty, moisture-prone buildings. Linen absorbs moisture and dries relatively quickly, which was important for sheets that would absorb sweat and body oils. Furs provided excellent insulation and had the added benefit of being a visible display of wealth. Medieval people also used what we might call sleeping costumes. You didn't just strip down to your underwear and hop into bed, partly because underwear in the modern sense didn't really exist, and partly because it was too cold for that nonsense. Instead, most people slept in a long linen garment called a nightshirt or night shift. This wasn't decorative sleepwear. It was a practical layer that absorbed body oils and sweat, keeping your outer garments cleaner since those were difficult to wash. Wealthier folks might have specific nightshirts set aside just for sleeping, while poorer people might sleep in their undertunic, essentially the same linen garment they wore during the day under their outer clothing. Either way, you were sleeping in something substantial, not naked or nearly naked the way many people do today in their climate-controlled homes. Some people also wore nightcaps, and not just as a quaint medieval fashion statement. A huge amount of body heat escapes through your head, and in a cold room, keeping your head covered while sleeping was just practical. These caps might be simple linen affairs for everyday use or more elaborate for the wealthy, but the principle was the same: trap heat and stay comfortable. The bed itself might also have additional insulation built in. Those curtains around a noble's bed weren't just fabric hanging loosely. They were often made of heavy wool, sometimes lined, creating a thick barrier between the cold chamber and the sleeping space. Opening or closing these curtains was how you adjusted your temperature, like medieval climate control. For extra warmth on particularly cold nights, people used bed warmers, long-handled metal pans filled with hot coals that you'd run between the sheets before getting into bed. This was the medieval version of an electric blanket preheat setting, and it actually worked pretty well, though you had to be careful not to set your straw mattress on fire. More than one medieval house burned down because someone got careless with bedtime heating arrangements. Let's talk about the single most important piece of medieval bedroom equipment, even though it wasn't technically part of the bed: the fire. If medieval sleep comfort had a foundation, it was the ability to keep a fire burning through the night without dying, burning down your house or asphyxiating everyone with smoke. In a peasant cottage, the fire was literally the centre of the home. We're not speaking metaphorically here. The hearth was often in the middle of the single room, with smoke rising up to escape through a hole in the roof or through gaps in the thatched roofing. This seems primitive until you realise the genius of it. The smoke from the fire would rise through the thatch, helping to preserve it and kill off insects, while also providing a sort of fumigation for the whole house. The downside, of course, was that everyone in the house was breathing some amount of smoke all the time. Medieval lungs probably looked like they belonged to modern cigarette smokers, and respiratory problems were common. But the alternative was freezing to death, so most people considered it an acceptable trade-off. Keeping this central fire going overnight was a serious responsibility, usually given to whoever was considered most reliable in the household. The fire couldn't be allowed to go completely out because relighting it was a genuine hassle. Without matches or lighters, you had to use a flint and steel to create sparks, then catch those sparks on tinder, then carefully nurse that tiny ember into an actual flame. It could take considerable time and effort, and on a cold morning, you really didn't want to be starting from scratch. So the technique was to bank the fire for overnight, essentially covering the glowing coals with ash to slow down combustion while keeping the coals alive. Done correctly, you'd wake up to a fire that just needed some stirring, fresh fuel and gentle blowing to spring back to life. Done incorrectly, you'd wake up to cold ashes and face the prospect of starting over, which would make you very unpopular with everyone else in the cold house. The fuel for these fires varied by region and availability. Wood was the obvious choice where forests were accessible, but not all wood burns equally well. Dense hardwoods like oak burn longer and hotter, but are harder to ignite. Softwoods like pine catch quickly but burn fast and produce more smoke. Medieval people knew these properties intimately and chose their firewood accordingly. In areas where wood was scarce, and by the late medieval period, many areas of Europe had been substantially deforested, people burned whatever they could get. Peat was common in boggy regions, cut into blocks and dried for fuel. It burns slowly and produces a distinctive smell that people either love or hate. Dried animal dung was another option in areas where even peat wasn't available. Yes, medieval people sometimes heated their homes by burning manure. It wasn't ideal, but it worked, and when your alternative is freezing, you burn what you have. For the nobility in their castles, the situation was somewhat different. They had actual fireplaces with chimneys, a luxury that became more common from the 12th century onward and represented a huge improvement in indoor air quality. A proper fireplace with a chimney pulled smoke up and out rather than letting it disperse through the room, meaning you could breathe without inhaling quite so much particulate matter. But even castle fireplaces had their challenges. The chimney might draw well when the wind was right, but poorly when conditions weren't optimal, leading to rooms that filled with smoke. Stone castles were notoriously difficult to heat. All that stone absorbed heat without warming up much, and the high ceilings meant warm air rose far above where people were trying to sleep. The solution was multiple smaller fires rather than one large one. A castle might have fireplaces in several chambers, each creating a small zone of warmth in an otherwise cold building. The best chambers had fireplaces, and access to those chambers was a privilege of rank. Lesser members of the household slept in rooms without direct heat, relying on warmer clothing and more bedding to make up the difference. Fire safety was a constant concern in a world where everything was made of combustible materials, and fire suppression technology consisted of buckets of water and prayers. Medieval towns and cities had devastating fires with disturbing regularity. Everyone knew someone who had lost their home to fire, and most people knew someone who had died in one. So sleeping with a fire burning nearby required careful management. The fire had to be far enough from bedding and other flammable materials to be safe but close enough to provide warmth. The floor around the hearth needed to be clear. Candles and rushlights had to be extinguished or placed where they couldn't fall and start a fire if someone bumped into them during a middle-of-the-night trip outside to relieve themselves. Speaking of which, nighttime bathroom trips were another challenge. You'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the privy, which in a peasant cottage meant either using a chamber pot kept near the bed or, more commonly, going outside to the designated spot. In winter, this was miserable enough that many people tried to minimise nighttime liquid intake, though that created its own problems. The very wealthy had indoor privies, rooms with seats positioned over shafts that dropped waist down into moats, pits, or outside the castle walls. These were cold, smelly places that weren't exactly pleasant to visit, but they beat stumbling outside in the dark and cold. Still, even with indoor plumbing of sorts, the trip from your warm bed to the cold privy chamber and back was an adventure in temperature shock. The fire also provided the only nighttime light that didn't require burning expensive candles or oil. If you woke during that traditional middle-of-the-night interval between first and second sleep, you might sit near the fire watching the flames while your thoughts wandered. This quiet time, with just the firelight and the sleeping sounds of your household, was often described as peaceful, a meditative period that our modern compressed sleep schedules have eliminated. Now we're going to talk about something that medieval people took as seriously as physical warmth, spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Because in the medieval mind, nighttime wasn't just physically dangerous, it was spiritually dangerous too. You have to understand that medieval Europeans lived in a world absolutely teeming with supernatural beings. Not in the way we might casually talk about believing in ghosts or checking our horoscope, but in a visceral, constant awareness that the spiritual world was just as real as the physical one, and considerably more dangerous. And nighttime was when the boundary between these worlds grew thinner. Before going to bed, most medieval people performed some form of protective ritual. At minimum, this meant prayers. You'd cross yourself, recite a prayer asking for God's protection through the night, and possibly say specific prayers against particular dangers. The Catholic Church encouraged nightly prayers and provided specific devotions for nighttime use. These weren't just abstract spiritual exercises. People genuinely believed that prayers could protect them from very real dangers. Demons, they believed, wandered during the night looking for unprotected souls to torment. Evil spirits might press down on your chest while you sleep, causing nightmares or worse. The devil himself was particularly active during the dark hours, and a soul without proper spiritual protection was vulnerable. Many people made the sign of the cross over their bed before getting in and over their doors and windows. Some mark these thresholds with holy water or blessed salt. These weren't superstitions in the medieval mind. They were practical precautions like locking your doors today. Except you weren't just protecting against human intruders, you were warding off spiritual ones. The physical arrangement of the sleeping space often had spiritual significance. Many people positioned their beds so they could face east, toward Jerusalem and the rising sun, believing this orientation offered additional protection. Religious imagery, crosses, icons or symbols, might be placed near the bed or hung on walls. These weren't decorations, they were spiritual security systems. Nightmares were understood completely differently than we understand them today. When you had a bad dream, it wasn't just your subconscious processing daily stress. It might be a demon literally assaulting you during sleep, or a dead person trying to communicate, or a prophetic vision sent by God or intercepted by Satan. Dreams were taken very seriously and often discussed with priests who could help interpret their meaning and advise on protective measures. Some dreams were considered so significant that they were recorded and reported to church authorities. If you dreamed of something that might relate to heresy or had visions that seemed prophetic, these were matters that could have serious consequences. Dream interpretation was a recognized spiritual skill, and people paid attention to the messages they believed were being sent to them during sleep. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis, that terrifying experience where you're conscious but can't move, often accompanied by a sense of pressure on your chest in the presence of a threatening entity, was universally interpreted as a demonic attack or visitation by a malevolent supernatural being. Different cultures had different names for the entity that caused this. The night hag or old hag in some traditions, the mare in others, which is where our word nightmare comes from. Protection against these entities involved both physical and spiritual measures. You might place iron near your bed, as iron was believed to repel fairies and evil spirits. You might wear a blessed amulet or keep a piece of a holy relic nearby. Some people slept with their hands arranged in the shape of a cross to maintain protection, even while unconscious. Children were considered especially vulnerable to spiritual dangers during sleep, partly because they were thought to be more spiritually open, and partly because their souls were so valuable to demonic forces. Parents might perform elaborate bedtime rituals over their children, including blessings, prayers, and the arrangement of protective objects around the sleeping child. The church had mixed feelings about some of these protective practices. Official church doctrine approved of prayers and blessed objects, but frowned on practices that seemed too similar to pre-Christian magic or pagan beliefs. This created a grey area where people practiced a blend of approved Christian devotion and traditional folk protection that made church authorities uncomfortable, but was too widespread to effectively suppress. Interestingly, some of these folk practices did have practical benefits, even if the spiritual reasoning behind them was questionable. Keeping certain herbs near your bed, blessed by the church for spiritual protection, might actually help repel insects or improve air quality. Maintaining evening prayer routines provided psychological comfort and helped mark the transition from waking to sleeping. The ritualization of bedtime created structure and predictability in a chaotic, dangerous world. The fear of nocturnal spiritual dangers also reinforced social structures and behaviours. Going to bed properly with appropriate prayers and protections was seen as morally correct. Someone who neglected these spiritual duties was not just being careless, but was committing a minor sin and inviting danger. This religious framework around sleep made it a moral issue, as well as a practical one. So far we've been talking about sleeping indoors, but let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the absence of a room, because plenty of medieval people regularly slept outside, not by choice but by necessity, and they managed not to freeze to death doing it. How? First, let's talk about who was sleeping outdoors. Shepherds, for one, spent nights out with their flocks during warmer months, protecting sheep from predators and thieves. Travellers caught between towns might find themselves sleeping rough rather than risk travelling after dark. Soldiers on campaign spent more nights under the sky than under roofs. Harvest workers during peak season sometimes slept in fields rather than waste time walking back to town each night. And the poor, particularly in cities, often had no choice but to find what shelter they could under bridges, in doorways, or in other semi-protected spots. The first rule of outdoor medieval sleeping was, don't do it in winter if you have any choice whatsoever. Medieval people understood that sleeping outside in deep winter was an excellent way to die of exposure. They didn't have magical cold weather techniques we've lost. They just tried very hard not to be outside overnight when it was truly cold. But during the rest of the year, outdoor sleeping was manageable with the right approach. Location was everything. You didn't just lie down anywhere. You looked for natural windbreaks like large rocks, earthen banks, or thick hedges. You positioned yourself to take advantage of any available shelter, while staying away from obviously dangerous locations like avalanche paths, flooding risks, or places where animals had established roots. Ground insulation was critical. Sleeping directly on cold earth would suck the heat right out of your body, so medieval outdoor sleepers would gather whatever materials they could find to create a barrier. Dry leaves, bracken, heather, pine needles and grass, all of these could be piled up to create an insulating layer between you and the ground. The deeper the pile, the warmer you'd be. Some travellers carried their own portable bedding. A shepherd might have a wool cloak that could double as both clothing and a blanket. Wealthier travellers might have an actual blanket roll. Pilgrims, and medieval Europe saw a lot of pilgrimage traffic, often travelled with a cloak designed to serve multiple purposes, wear it during the day and sleep under it at night. The medieval cloak was an underappreciated piece of technology. Made of wool, often with a hood, it could be worn loose for ventilation during the day, or wrapped tight for warmth. At night, you could wrap yourself in it like a burrito, pull the hood over your head, and have a surprising amount of warmth. The wealthier you were, the better quality wool you had, which meant warmer, denser fabric that provided better insulation. Fire was even more important when sleeping outdoors than when sleeping inside. A shepherd spending the night in the hills with his flock would build a fire and sleep near it, waking periodically to add fuel. This wasn't comfortable sleep. You'd be too hot on the side facing the fire and too cold on the other side, but it beat freezing. The skill was in building a fire that would last. You wanted substantial fuel that would burn slowly rather than small twigs that would flame out quickly. You'd build up a good bed of coals, then add larger pieces of wood. Some experienced outdoor sleepers would arrange large logs to create a long burning fire that didn't need constant tending. If sleeping alone outdoors, you'd want your back against something, a rock, a tree, or an earthen bank, so that you were protected from one side and could keep the fire on the other. This also provided psychological comfort because you knew nothing could sneak up behind you. Medieval nights were full of real dangers: wolves, bears, and human bandits, and sleeping in the open meant staying alert to these threats. Groups sleeping outdoors had an advantage: body heat. Shepherds might sleep huddled together with their dogs for warmth. Soldiers on campaign would crowd into tents or under temporary shelters, with the warmth of multiple bodies making up for the lack of other heating. This also meant someone could stand watch while others slept, providing security in a dangerous world. Military campaigns involved a lot of outdoor sleeping, and armies developed systems for managing this. Common soldiers often had basic tents, simple cloth or leather stretched over frames, that provided wind protection even if they didn't offer much insulation. The tent kept off rain and blocked wind, which were the two biggest threats to maintaining body heat. Inside the tent, soldiers would sleep in their cloaks, possibly with additional blankets if they were lucky, packed together for warmth. Officers had better tents, sometimes elaborate pavilions that could be quite comfortable with the right furnishings. A knight on campaign might travel with a tent that included a folding bed, proper bedding, and even portable furniture. But even the best tent wasn't as warm as a proper building, so everyone, regardless of rank, had to deal with being colder than they'd be at home. The reality of outdoor sleeping meant that medieval people were simply tougher about cold and discomfort than most of us are today. They didn't have the option of adjusting a thermostat or adding another electric blanket. They dealt with being cold, being uncomfortable, and sleeping poorly because those were the conditions of life. This doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Medieval sources are full of complaints about miserable nights sleeping rough, but they endured it because they had no choice. Interestingly, some people seem to sleep outdoors by preference, at least during warmer months. Hermits and some extremely devout religious individuals deliberately chose to sleep under the sky as a form of spiritual discipline. They'd find a cave or build a simple shelter and live there, enduring hardship as a way of growing closer to God. This was considered admirable and holy, though also slightly crazy even by medieval standards. For the urban poor, sleeping outdoors was less about spiritual growth and more about having nowhere else to go. Medieval cities had populations of homeless people who slept in doorways, under market stalls, or anywhere they could find a bit of shelter. This was dangerous and uncomfortable, but it was survival. Cities sometimes provided limited charity in the form of hospitality houses or spaces where the poor could sleep indoors, but there was never enough space for everyone who needed it. As dawn approaches in our medieval night, let's talk about waking up and what that morning experience tells us about how different medieval sleep really was from our modern experience. The medieval morning started early, very early by modern standards. Dawn was the natural wake-up time, not because people set alarms, but because light itself was the alarm. Without curtains blocking the sunrise, without artificial light that disrupted natural circadian rhythms, your body simply woke when the sun came up. This meant that wake-up times varied dramatically by season. You might rise at 5 a.m. in summer and 8 a.m. in winter, and everyone considered this completely normal. The first sensations of waking were probably not pleasant. You'd be stiff from sleeping on a surface that ranged from not very comfortable to actively painful. Your body would be cold because the fire had burned low during the night. If you'd slept in a room with other people, which most people did, you'd be surrounded by the sounds and smells of other humans who had spent the night in a room with limited ventilation. Medieval people didn't wake up and immediately jump into their day. They'd lie there for a bit, possibly dozing through that transition between first and second sleep if they'd woken during the night interval. When they finally roused themselves fully, the first order of business was getting the fire going properly again if it had been banked overnight. Then you'd dress, which was less complicated than you might think because you'd slept in much of your clothing. You'd add outer layers, maybe splash some water on your face if water was available, and you were unusually concerned with cleanliness, and basically prepare to start another day of medieval life. Morning prayers were standard for most people, a quick thanks to God for surviving the night, because in a world where disease and accident could kill you suddenly, surviving the night wasn't something to take for granted. These prayers served both spiritual and practical purposes, marking the transition from sleep to waking and helping orient your mind toward the day ahead. But here's what's fascinating when you really think about medieval sleep. It worked. Despite all the discomfort, despite the cold, despite sharing sleeping spaces with multiple people and various forms of wildlife, despite the smoke and the danger and the spiritual anxiety, medieval people got enough sleep to function. They built cathedrals, fought wars, created art, raised families, and developed complex societies. They did this all while sleeping in conditions that would have most modern people calling a contractor and investing in better insulation. This tells us something important about human adaptability. Our bodies and minds are remarkably good at adjusting to conditions that seem unbearable at first. Medieval people weren't superhuman, they were just adapted to their circumstances. They found their cold rooms normal because they'd never known anything else. They slept well in crowded conditions because privacy was never an option. They dealt with discomfort because comfort wasn't really on the menu. It also tells us something about what sleep actually requires. We modern people have convinced ourselves that we need perfect conditions. The right temperature, the right mattress, the right pillows, complete darkness, absolute silence, maybe a white noise machine or a specially designed sleep app. Medieval people had none of these things and slept anyway, because fundamentally, human sleep is robust enough to work under surprisingly difficult conditions. The legacy of medieval sleep patterns has left traces in our language and culture that we barely notice. When we talk about having a good night's sleep, we're using a phrase that dates back centuries. The expression burning the midnight oil refers to a time when staying up late actually meant consuming expensive resources. Making your bed comes from an era when this was a genuine daily task that involved tightening ropes and fluffing straw. Even our architecture carries echoes of medieval sleeping arrangements. The four-poster bed design originated in medieval attempts to create warmer sleeping spaces through curtains. The canopy over a bed, now purely decorative, once served the practical purpose of catching falling debris from thatched roofs or crumbling plaster. These functional designs became status symbols and eventually decorative traditions that persist, even though we no longer need them. The medieval approach to sleep also influenced later developments in housing and heating. The recognition that separate bedrooms provided better rest and privacy, even when they weren't strictly necessary for warmth, led to architectural changes as wealth increased. The development of better chimney technology, improved glass making for windows, and more efficient heating systems all emerged partly from centuries of experience with cold, smoky medieval sleeping conditions. Medieval sleep patterns, specifically that segmented sleep with a wakeful period in the middle of the night, might actually have been more natural for human biology than our modern compressed schedule. Some sleep researchers argue that the medieval pattern matched our circadian rhythms better than forcing ourselves to sleep in one solid block. That middle-of-the-night wakeful period was used for prayer, intimacy, reflection, and dreaming, activities we've lost in our rush to maximize sleep efficiency. There's also something to be said for the medieval acceptance of seasonal variation in sleep patterns. We modern people try to maintain the same schedule year-round, going to bed at the same time whether it's June or December, regardless of what our bodies might prefer. Medieval people slept more in winter and less in summer, following natural light cycles, and this might have been healthier than our artificial consistency. The communal nature of medieval sleep also has lessons for us. While we value privacy and personal space, and there's nothing wrong with that, there was something to be said for the security and comfort of never sleeping truly alone. The presence of family members and the sounds of other people breathing and sleeping nearby provided reassurance in a way that our isolated modern bedrooms don't. Medieval people's relationship with fire teaches us about resource management and sustainability in ways we've forgotten. They used fire carefully because fuel was precious, banked fires to maintain them efficiently, and understood that waste in heating was waste they couldn't afford. Our modern ability to heat entire homes to comfortable temperatures year-round is wonderful, but it's come at environmental costs that medieval people would have found incomprehensible. The spiritual dimension of medieval sleep reminds us that sleep has always been more than just physical rest. It's a vulnerable state that requires not just physical safety, but psychological and spiritual security. Medieval prayers and protective rituals served the same function that our modern bedtime routines serve, creating a mental transition from waking concerns to sleep's release. Whether you're crossing yourself and praying to saints or doing relaxation exercises and meditation, you're performing the same basic function of creating a psychological boundary around sleep time. As you lie there in your comfortable bed, with your temperature-controlled room and your supportive mattress, it's worth considering what lessons medieval sleep might offer for our modern rest problems. Because for all our advances in sleep technology, many of us struggle to sleep well, while medieval people, despite their objectively terrible sleeping conditions, generally managed just fine. First, there's the lesson of darkness. Medieval people lived in genuine darkness, and their sleep cycles aligned naturally with it. We modern folks flood our evenings with artificial light, then wonder why we have trouble falling asleep. The blue light from our phones and tablets is particularly disruptive, signalling to our brains that it's still daytime when we're trying to convince our bodies it's bedtime. Medieval people didn't have to actively create darkness. It was the default setting, and their bodies responded accordingly. If you're struggling with sleep, one medieval lesson is simple. Make your evenings darker. Dim your lights as bedtime approaches, avoid screens for an hour before sleep, and use blackout curtains to eliminate light pollution from streetlights. Create an approximation of that medieval darkness, and your body might remember how it's supposed to respond. Second, there's the temperature factor. Medieval people slept in cold rooms and used bedding for warmth, rather than heating the entire space. Modern research actually supports this approach. We sleep better in cooler rooms, ideally between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature naturally drops when you sleep, and a cool environment facilitates this process. Medieval people stumbled onto this truth through necessity. We've had to rediscover it through sleep research. The medieval practice of layering for warmth rather than ambient heating also makes sense. Being slightly cool but buried under warm blankets seems to promote better sleep than being in a warm room with light covers. There's something psychologically comforting about burrowing into blankets, creating your own warm microclimate the way medieval bed curtains once did. Third, consider the medieval approach to bedtime routines. Modern sleep experts constantly advise establishing consistent bedtime rituals, and medieval people did exactly this with their evening prayers, their fire banking and their protective rituals. These activities served the practical purpose of preparing for bed, while also signalling to the mind and body that sleep was coming. The specific content of the ritual mattered less than its consistency, and its role in marking the transition from day to night. You might not want to start crossing yourself and reciting prayers to ward off demons, though if that works for you, go right ahead. But creating your own bedtime ritual serves the same purpose. Making tea, reading a few pages of an actual book, doing some gentle stretching, or even just putting on specific sleepwear, these activities signal to your brain that sleep time is approaching. Fourth, there's something to learn from segmented sleep. While we can't fully recreate medieval sleep patterns in our electric world, there's value in not panicking if you wake up in the middle of the night. Medieval people expected this wakeful period and used it productively and calmly. When we wake at 3 a.m. and immediately start stressing about how we should be asleep, we make the problem worse. If you wake in the night, try adopting a medieval approach. Accept it. Lie there quietly, think calm thoughts, pray if you're inclined that way, or just rest peacefully. Don't look at your phone, don't turn on bright lights, and don't start your day. Just exist calmly in the darkness for a while, and you'll likely drift back to sleep naturally. Fighting the wakefulness creates anxiety that prevents sleep. Accepting it often allows it to pass. Fifth, medieval people's physical exhaustion from daily labour meant they fell asleep easily, despite uncomfortable conditions. Most of us aren't doing the kind of physical work that left medieval people genuinely tired by bedtime. We're mentally exhausted but physically under-exercised, which is exactly the wrong combination for good sleep. Our brains are wired from screen time and stress, but our bodies haven't done enough to earn physical tiredness. The medieval lesson here is straightforward. Physical activity during the day promotes better sleep at night. You don't need to plough fields or walk 20 miles, but you do need to move your body enough that it's ready for rest. Medieval people didn't need sleep podcasts or meditation apps because their bodies were genuinely ready to shut down at bedtime. Sixth, there's the matter of expectations. Medieval people didn't expect perfect comfort, complete silence, or ideal conditions. They expected sleep to be somewhat challenging and uncomfortable, and they slept anyway. We modern people have such high expectations for our sleep that we create anxiety around it, and that anxiety itself disrupts our rest. Sometimes the medieval approach of just accepting less than perfect conditions and sleeping anyway is the healthiest response. Your mattress might not be perfectly suited to your body, your room might not be absolutely silent, and your schedule might not align perfectly with your natural rhythms. And that's okay. Sleep doesn't require perfection, it just requires good enough conditions and a willingness to rest despite minor imperfections. Finally, medieval sleep reminds us that community and connection matter for good rest. Sleeping completely alone in isolated rooms is actually a very modern phenomenon, and it's not necessarily optimal for everyone. The presence of family members, pets, or partners can provide comfort and security that promotes better sleep, even if it also means occasional disruptions. Obviously, we don't need to return to medieval communal sleeping arrangements. Privacy and personal space are valuable, but there's something to be said for not sleeping in complete isolation if it makes you anxious or uncomfortable. That dog on your bed, that partner beside you, that baby monitor connecting you to your children, these connections serve some of the same reassuring functions that communal medieval sleeping once did. Let's take a moment to imagine that you could somehow transport your modern bedroom back to medieval times, or bring a medieval sleeping space into the present. The contrast would be startling, but so would the similarities. A medieval person visiting your bedroom would probably be most amazed by the consistent temperature. The idea that you could keep an entire room warm all night, every night, without anyone tending a fire, would seem like sorcery. They'd be fascinated by your light switches. The ability to banish darkness with a simple gesture would be mind-boggling. Your mattress would feel incredibly soft and supportive, your sheets impossibly smooth and clean. But they might also find your bedroom somewhat puzzling. Why is it so isolated from the rest of the house? Why do you sleep alone when having others nearby would be warmer, safer, and more comforting? Why do you have so much space dedicated solely to sleeping when that space could serve multiple functions? And why are you struggling to fall asleep in these perfect conditions when they could sleep fine on a pile of straw? Conversely, if you were transported to a medieval bedchamber, you'd immediately notice the cold. Not just cool, but genuinely cold, in a way that makes you want to keep all your clothes on, which is exactly what you'd do. The smell would be your next observation. Wood smoke, unwashed bodies, old straw, cooking odours, and various other scents that we've trained ourselves not to tolerate. Your modern nose, accustomed to air fresheners and frequent laundering, would find the medieval bedroom environment challenging. The lack of privacy would probably bother you more than it bothered medieval people. Knowing that you're sharing sleeping space with family members, servants, or even strangers at an inn would feel intrusive. You'd miss your ability to retreat into your own space, close the door, and have genuine solitude. This privacy that we take for granted was a luxury almost unknown in medieval times. You'd also notice the darkness in a way medieval people didn't because they never knew anything else. When the sun set and candles were extinguished, it would be darker than almost anywhere you've experienced in modern life. That darkness would feel oppressive at first, maybe even frightening, until you adjusted to it the way medieval people lived with it every day. The sounds would be different too. Instead of the white noise of HVAC systems, refrigerators humming, or distant traffic, you'd hear the sounds of other people sleeping, breathing, snoring, shifting position, getting up to tend the fire or use the chamber pot. You'd hear animals both inside and outside the dwelling. You'd hear weather more directly because buildings weren't as well sealed. These organic sounds might actually be more soothing than modern mechanical noises, or they might keep you awake all night. People's responses would vary. The physical discomfort would be real and unavoidable. That straw mattress, or even a better wool-stuffed one, would feel lumpy, uneven, and unsupportive compared to your modern mattress with its carefully engineered layers. The blankets would be heavy and scratchy. You'd be cold on one side and too warm on the other. Your body would hurt from the poor support and awkward sleeping position. You'd contort yourself into trying to get comfortable. Yet after a few nights, assuming you survived the adjustment period, you'd probably start to adapt. Your body would get used to the temperature variations, the firm sleeping surface, and the various discomforts. You'd find positions that worked reasonably well. You'd develop calluses, both physical and mental, against the conditions. And you'd sleep, because fundamentally humans are designed to sleep even in difficult circumstances. This thought experiment reveals something important. Comfort is relative and adaptive. What feels unbearably uncomfortable initially becomes tolerable, and eventually normal through repeated exposure. Medieval people weren't tougher than us in any genetic sense. They were just adapted to different conditions. Similarly, we're adapted to our comfortable modern conditions, which is why we find even minor deviations from optimal sleep environments so disturbing. It also highlights how much of sleep quality is mental, rather than purely physical. Medieval people slept in objectively terrible conditions, but didn't lie awake stressing about whether they'd get enough rest, or whether their sleep environment was optimized. They just went to bed and slept. We have objectively excellent sleeping conditions, but often struggle because we've created psychological barriers around sleep, expectations, anxieties and beliefs about what we need that may or may not be accurate. The technological advances we've made in sleep comfort are genuine improvements. Let's not romanticize medieval sleeping conditions, which were often genuinely miserable. But we've also lost some resilience in the process. We've become so dependent on perfect conditions that minor disruptions can ruin our sleep entirely. Medieval people's ability to sleep despite imperfect conditions is worth remembering when our own sleep environment isn't quite ideal. As we near the end of our journey through medieval nights, and as you prepare to drift off in your own comfortable bed, let's reflect on what this exploration of medieval sleep reveals about the human experience of rest across time. Sleep is one of the most fundamental human experiences, something we share with our medieval ancestors and will share with future generations. The specific conditions change dramatically. The materials, the technology, the social arrangements, but the basic human need for rest, safety and renewal remains constant. A medieval person and a modern person both close their eyes at night, both drift into dreams, and both wake to face a new day. There's something oddly comforting about this continuity. For all the ways our world has changed, for all the technology we've developed, and the social structures we've built, we still need sleep just as much as medieval peasants did. We're not so different from them in this fundamental way. Their struggles to stay warm through cold nights, to feel safe in darkness, to find rest despite discomfort. These are struggles we can understand even across 800 years of history. Medieval people solved their sleep problems with the resources they had: wool and straw, fire and faith, community and resilience. We solve ours with temperature control and memory foam, sleep apps and weighted blankets. The solutions are different, but the underlying needs are the same. We both seek warmth, safety, comfort, and rest. We both create rituals and routines to ease the transition from waking to sleeping. We both worry about not getting enough sleep, though we probably worry more about it than they did. The medieval relationship with sleep was more pragmatic and less anxious than ours. They didn't have sleep specialists or studies on optimal sleep positions. They just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light, with that interesting middle-of-the-night interval that we've lost. Their approach was less scientific, but possibly less stressful. They didn't lie awake worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly, but they also dealt with genuine hardships that we can barely imagine. The cold that seeped into your bones on winter nights, the discomfort of sleeping surfaces that would fail any modern ergonomic test, the smoke that irritated your lungs every day of your life, and the genuine dangers from fire, disease and violence that made every night's rest somewhat precarious. We shouldn't romanticize these difficulties just because medieval people endured them. What we can take from medieval sleep is a sense of proportion. Yes, good sleep conditions matter and are worth pursuing, but perfect conditions aren't necessary for adequate rest, and obsessing over optimization can create more problems than it solves. Medieval people's ability to rest, despite imperfection, is a useful counterpoint to our modern anxiety about getting every detail of our sleep environment exactly right. We can also learn from their acceptance of natural rhythms and seasonal variations. The idea that you might sleep differently in winter than in summer, that you might wake naturally in the middle of the night and that's okay, and that sleep is influenced by natural cycles rather than being a fixed requirement. You must meet precisely every night. These ideas offer a gentler, more flexible approach to rest. The medieval practice of preparing for sleep through ritual, whether prayers, fire banking, or other regular activities, reminds us that sleep doesn't just happen. It's something we prepare for and enter into deliberately. Creating that transition period, marking the boundary between day and night, helps our minds and bodies recognize when it's time to let go of waking concerns and enter into rest. And perhaps most importantly, medieval sleep reminds us that humans are remarkably adaptable. We can sleep in difficult conditions, adjust to different arrangements, and find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. This resilience is still in us, even if we don't need to use it as often. When we face disrupted sleep, travel, stress, illness, life changes, remembering that humans have slept successfully under far more challenging conditions can help us maintain perspective. As you lie there now, warm under your covers, in your quiet room with its controlled temperature and comfortable mattress, you're experiencing a level of sleep comfort that medieval people couldn't have imagined. Appreciate it because it's genuinely wonderful. But also know that if circumstances ever required you to sleep less comfortably, you could adapt, just as humans have adapted to sleeping conditions throughout history. The medieval person struggling to stay warm under scratchy wool blankets in a smoky cottage, and you in your climate-controlled bedroom, are connected by that fundamental human need for rest. You both close your eyes against the darkness, let consciousness fade, and trust that sleep will restore you for another day. The specifics differ wildly, but the essential experience is the same. So tonight, as you drift off, you're participating in a ritual that connects you to countless generations of humans who have sought rest in the darkness. Some of them slept in castles, and some in cottages, some on feather beds, and some on piles of straw. But all of them closed their eyes and slept and woke and lived their lives and passed into history. Their medieval nights are long over, but the human need for sleep continues. The fire they tended so carefully has been replaced by your central heating, their prayers for protection by your locked doors and alarm systems, and their rough blankets by your engineered bedding. But the sleep itself, that nightly letting go of consciousness, that trust in tomorrow's waking, that universal human vulnerability and renewal, remains unchanged. Sleep well tonight, knowing you're part of this long human tradition of finding rest in darkness, safety in vulnerability, and renewal in that mysterious daily death and rebirth we call sleep. Medieval people did it with cruder tools but equal success. You'll do it with better tools but face the same fundamental challenge, to let go of today and trust in tomorrow. The medieval night has ended, but yours continues. Let the warmth of your bed surround you, let the comfort of safety embrace you, and let the quiet darkness welcome you. You don't need to bank fires or recite protective prayers. You don't need to worry about wolves or demons or whether the thatch will hold against the rain. You just need to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift into that ancient, universal human experience of sleep. Medieval people did it, your parents and grandparents did it, and you can do it too. Sweet dreams, and may you wake refreshed just as countless humans have done across the centuries, from those cold medieval mornings to your comfortable modern one. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos. Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Cronus' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Cronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Cronus' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Cronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Cronus' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Cronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Cronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Cronus' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Cronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Cronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Cronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Cronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Cronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Cronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Cronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus's ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister-wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression, it was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Métis, the tightness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Métis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourish that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheaval saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, Temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeuso stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films, and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Skyfather, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots, Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognized that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognized a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were stigmatized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. and as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of God stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest faced personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth.